But we'll go ahead and get started and retroactively then go back to reviewing the minutes and approving the agenda. So we're official. Thank you all for being here tonight. If this is your first time at a district advisory board meeting, we meet the first Monday of every month. Each district around the city has this unique committee that is made up of citizens from different neighborhoods, different backgrounds, that provides that additional grassroots voice, community voice that's not included in many other city council structures. And so the district advisory board also reviews and gives feedback on zoning cases, just like the metropolitan planning does, and they as well give feedback and input to the city council members on various positions, as well as updating the larger district on happenings in their own neighborhoods. If you can't make these, they are available to stream online, and these are always available to watch in the future online. If you are here to speak for a zoning case, there will be an opportunity to speak to those specific cases later in the meeting. If you are here to speak about something that's currently not on the agenda or bring up to the council members, there will be an opportunity to speak directly to the council member during the agenda. And if you just have something you want to share to the district advisory board or the council member, there will be a separate opportunity for that as well. And we'll make sure you get your voice heard. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and start with the staff reports and get those going. And then we'll move back for swearing in and approval of the minutes. Let's start with the fire department if they're available.
You're muted.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Captain Johnson at Fire Station number 10 here at 21st and Chautauqua. The numbers I have for the month of March right now are 5 fire calls, 230 calls medical, 33 calls for service, and 938 deemed other, basically 1,200 calls for the month of March for District 1. And to date, that's a 2889 for District 1. So those are our numbers. There are a couple of significant fires. District 1 for the month of March was 200 block of South Commerce was a building fire, basement fire there that has been deemed undetermined, and a fire at a building 700 block of South Hydraulic. And it started as an outside fire, got into the interior of the building. It was deemed an incendiary. As far as the department goes right now, we took delivery of 2 engine companies, or 2 new engines and a new truck that are in service now. We also had just finished a captain's and lieutenant's examination. They'll be doing, they've done the exam portion. They'll be going through assessments. I believe it's next week. So we'll have a new crop of promotions probably deemed to be coming up here not too terribly long. They're also doing interviews and physical testing for a new recruit class that should be coming up starting in the next month or so. And we still have a Citizens Fire Academy that's going on. That's I believe it's held every 2 weeks out at our fire academy. So right now, those are the things that are going on. I believe April, they start a burn ban for the county in the city limits. So they usually put a damper on even recreational fires. So you might come across that. We haven't got any official info on that yet, but usually sometime in April they do that. Other than that, that's all I have for right now. You guys have any questions?
Maybe this is outdated, but I saw the county posted 7 days ago that, and if this has been updated, please anyone clarify, that the burn ban would not apply during April to backyard fire pits, smokers, and grills.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, we haven't got any info on it yet. In the past, it was all burning. So it may be recreational fires are good to go, but I haven't got it. Just kind of giving you a heads up if you have somebody come out and talk to you about it.
And I can see, because it's been shared on social media, just the headline, and I think there's confusion about it. But obviously, everyone should be mindful about their leaves and everything else and the wind. But the best updates then would be that I just went to the Sedgwick County website and they have a dedicated burn ban page that you can get the latest updates. Are there any questions or comments from the district advisory board for the
In
fire
fact,
department?
sometimes city burning is different than county.
Correct.
And so you might want to really look and see where you live to see what it is in your area.
Correct, correct. And but as far as, I just heard the department mention the county, the city, has the city put anything in place? For Wichita?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is there so there is a city van separate?
Yes, it is
Okay.
on our website. We actually just put it out today.
Perfect.
So all the information's there.
Perfect. Do you know what that does include backyard fires since we are for District 1?
Restricted activities include burning trees and brush from land clearing, crop residues, construction debris, yard waste, and the use of backyard chimeneas and fire pits.
Okay, so the city is, thank you for clarifying, that's separate from county. All right, any questions or comments to the fire department from District Advisory?
First of all, I'm relatively new to the district advisory board. I love these they feel like a nice comprehensive report and an update, so I really appreciate that. And one of the things that caught my attention was your continued work on the reporting management system. How is that going? And part of the reason I'm interested is I was on the city or the CRB, the Citizens Review Board, and there were all sorts of issues with the various systems in the police department. So I'm just curious how your reporting management system is going and kind of what the overall goal of that is, and maybe a little history on why you're getting this new system.
The system that we used previously was called Firehouse, and it was kind of it was almost a nationwide system. There's a national reporting system that generates all the call information that's pretty, it's depending on what program you use, that's the information that it generates goes to any program that you're using. From my understanding, and I'm not totally, versed in everything that's going on, but it's pretty much like anything that's brand new. It just takes a while to adjust to it. I've been on 20 years and I've used that Firehouse reporting system ever since I have been doing reports. So it's just a matter of, there's information in new places and there's different codes and things that we're working through. I know our department is working through issues and working with the county dispatching system just to get some information cleared up so it transfers over a little bit easier. It's still a work in progress, but it seems to be going, guys are adjusting to it pretty well. We actually had, they're coming out this week with just some general training for the guys on the floor to go over, try to answer some questions that some people are having and getting those reports done. And we also have a new CAD software that we're dealing with. So I think that's part of some of the issues is taking some of this new CAD program and intermingling it with this new reporting software as well.
What's your target date for completion? And then will you keep this on the support services topic on these reports?
The completion date for,
Well, because it sounds like the reporting management system is a work in progress, right?
yeah, it's up and running. It went live probably a month or two ago, but they're still making little tweaks to it from my understanding. I have no idea when that's way above my pay grade as far as when this is all going to get streamlined and finalized.
Any other questions or comments from the DAB members? Any questions or comments from the public for the fire department? Anybody online? Thank you so much, sir.
All right.
And
Can we go ahead and do
yeah.
the oath?
We'll go ahead and bounce to the oath, and then get back to the staff reports after. we approve them.
So Jamie requested that everyone move to the back corner of the video screen so she can see you and say the oath.
Yeah, I can see Joseph and then it cuts off.
Where you say?
Everybody who has a packet, head over by where the podium's at.
Oh, wait, actually, since you guys,
Now?
yeah,
Sorry.
since you moved the camera, I can see everyone now. So you don't have to
I'm
move.
sorry.
I just wanted to make you jump around tonight, you guys.
It's good to get up and move it for a while.
For clarification of what's gonna happen, Councilmember Johnson needs to reappoint us four down here, so we will not be taking the oath at this time and will not be able to vote during this meeting.
All right, those of you who have been appointed, if you could please raise your right hand for me. And just repeat after me. I state your name. Solemnly swear to support the Constitution of the United States
solemnly swear to support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Kansas,
and the Constitution of the State of Kansas,
and faithfully discharge the duties
and faithfully discharge the duties
of the District 1 Advisory Board
of the District 1 Advisory Board
for the City of Wichita, Kansas, so help me God.
for the city of Wichita, Kansas, so help me God.
All right, perfect. You guys are all sworn in. So those tonight that didn't get sworn in, you can just make appointments with myself or Sasha, my deputy, and once you've been appointed, then we can get you sworn in.
So we sign these and give them to Cameron?
You can sign them and give them to Maddie, and then she can get them to me. Yeah.
So are you gonna mail us our other? The people who didn't get their appointment notices?
Yeah, that's.
I'm taking class that weekend, you know, just all full of conflicts this year.
Yeah, those who weren't appointed tonight, after we do your oath, we'll send everything via email to you.
Thank you, Jamie. Appreciate
All
your
right.
time.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're gonna go back and approve the agenda for today's meeting. If there are without any objections, we'll approve the agenda. All right, hearing none, are there any corrections or edits to the minutes from the March 4th, 2024 meeting? Objection will approve the March 4th, 2024 minutes. And then we'll get back to the staff reports and go to the police department.
One question on the minutes. I'm not sure when it's,
Oh, yeah.
my name is misspelled.
Oh, yeah, that's something we can definitely correct. Is it spelled on the,
It should be M-A-R-I instead of M-E-R-I.
let's make sure we get that right on meeting minutes, and then if we need, we can do an update. Friendly amendment, then we have objection to update.
I don't think that's of critical importance.
It's good, Ed. I'm glad you caught that.
But let you know I read it.
All right, we'll get back into the staff reports, Officer Stark.
Now that I'm royally confused and have no idea what's going on. I'm Officer Stark out of Patrol North Community Policing Unit. I hope everybody had a good Easter. Getting back to the Monday grind today. A few things. I got an update on the homicide. I'm sure all you guys may have saw it at 21st and Grove that happened a couple of weeks ago on Thursday, the 21st. They have the original one in custody that turned himself in that night, 17-year-old. And then they have a second in custody that they picked up last week.
Maddie, we can't hear.
Yeah.
She's trying to turn it up, that's what you're doing.
Did you say you can't hear me?
Yeah. I think
That was better.
Yeah, we're having audio issues. We thought it was maybe just the fire department's mic, but it's just a little low right now.
Yeah, mine's on a laptop, so
You're fine. It's not-
so they have the two in charging for that. That was not a random incident, so the community doesn't have to be scared of any retaliation from that. They were having a beef on social media that spilled out onto the streets. As far as crime rates, it's all been pretty good for all of DAB one. The only percentage up is 20% up on larceny to autos. That will probably continue to tick up as we get into warmer months, as more people are out walking around. They tend to check more car door handles. We still want you guys to make sure that you are taking all your belongings inside, locking your cars. That goes for anywhere. Shopping centers, we've seen an increase in shopping centers where they're checking door handles and taking purses, or like Planet Fitness on Rock Road had 3 cars hit that just left their backpack or purse in the car when they went in to work out. So we got to make sure that we're taking all our stuff inside and not leaving anything to chance in the car. Reference to that larceny that we had in Rock Road, my team rode bikes last week when it was nice out. We covered that area and some of DAB one as well. We issued flyers to cars that we saw had property out, just trying to educate to make sure that people are taking their property in. A few events that we had. Second Chance Thursday was this past Thursday at the new Carl Brewer. They had a very large turnout. It's the largest turnout of the year so far.
Hold on, sorry, they're on video right now, so they're changing speakers right now.
Can you speak again?
Yeah. So you want me to redo all of it, correct?
No.
Okay, I'll let you guys, sorry.
Okay.
Can you hear now?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, keep going on, appreciate it. If you, actually, could you go back a sentence, you might have cut off there when we were changing the speaker.
Second chance.
Second Chance Thursday.
Yeah. So Second Chance Thursday was this past Thursday. It was at Carl Brewer. They had the largest turnout of the year. What Second Chance Thursday is just a chance for you to come get rid of your misdemeanor warrants, parking tickets, stuff like that, and get them taken care of. It's every fourth Thursday of the month, so there'll be another round. It'll be moved next location. Patrol North was out at the Bema Church Easter in the Park event at McAdams on the 23rd. They had a great turnout, very well organized. We were proud to be a part of that. The WPD Facebook page is now up and running. If you want to visit it, it's Wichita Police Department Patrol North. That's the title of the page. What it's going to do is give you updates on any traffic concerns we have in the area, crime trends, and the events that were coming up or that we participated in. It's just a way for us to connect to the community. So make sure you go and follow us. And if you follow the police department main page, then we'll just mimic some of that. The dedicated senior center at 13th and Grove, they're going to reach out to Maddie and the new CSR rep to schedule a time to come to DAB one, but they wanted me to make sure that I get out to the audience that they're still accepting individuals there. It's a great resource for healthcare. So if you fit the category, I think it's 55 or plus, unless you have an exception. Make sure you go down there and talk to them, but they'll be coming in to talk to you more about that. They just weren't going to be able to make it tonight. So that's all I have as far as my report goes. If you have questions.
Any questions, comments for Officer Stark and the police department?
Question regarding Second Chance Thursday. On Second Chance Thursday, you said that was the best turnout of the year. So meaning it was just the best turnout of the first 3 months of the year? Or was it a highly unusual turnout, you know, if you look back for a longer period of time?
Just for the last 3 months. I didn't pull anything before that. It floats around. This is the one we were participating in because it was on Patrol North and part of DAB one. But we did a lot better advertising, getting the word out now that we have our Facebook page as well. So just keep looking for it, and hopefully we can get those numbers up, because it's easier for people to come take care of it there than us to catch them on the street and have to do something about it.
Thank you.
Did you mention dedicated medical on 13th and Grove?
Dedicated senior center, yeah.
So, what were you saying about it? I'm sorry.
I meet with them regularly, monthly. They're planning on coming and meeting with DAB, so look for them to come speak to you guys. But they just wanted me to make sure that I get out to your patrons that watch the page to go over there and check them out if you need any medical services and specifics like that. Anything 55 or older without an exception. They're doing great things over there. It's great for this community. It can help with rides to get you over there. So if you're at that age bracket and you're not sure, go check them out because they're very family oriented over there and they make you feel like you're at home.
Okay, so I thought that's what you said. I was gonna piggyback on it. They are amazing. If you, like I said, 55 or older, if you need, they will still make house calls and nobody does that anymore. So if you're 55 and older, you can't get to the center, they will come to your home. They have standard appointments every month, so they're doing preventive care. And so I'm gonna give a shout out to them as well. So if you have a loved one that is 55 and over, go check them out. It's a good thing. My mom signed up. It's an amazing program.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, members, questions, comments, for the police department? Any members of the public? Post. Online? Thank you, Officer Stark.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry about the audio issue.
That's on our end. Thank you, officer.
Yeah, we're gonna move to the library. We also kind of invited a written report that will be included in our minutes as well.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Parker from Wichita Public Library. Last month, we came out with Tony boxes. It's a screen-free listening device with little figurines. You put them on top and they play stories and songs. They've been very popular, and since then, we've also come out with individual figurine packs that you can check out from us. More info will be at www.wichitalibrary.org/Tonys. Our upcoming big read event at Watermark Books has been canceled. And then if you're wanting to learn new job skills, new creative skills, new technology skills, our database, LinkedIn Learning, is a really good resource. You can access it online through our website with your card number and password. And I recommend it. And then finally, adventure begins at the library. Registration for summer reading programs begin on Monday, May the 6th. Do you have any questions?
Questions, comments?
What's the chance of getting some of that grant software over at your library as opposed to at the advanced library?
I'm not sure offhand. I'll look into it.
Okay.
Are y'all getting any additional hotspots soon?
Yes. I asked our production development manager about that recently, and she tells me that she's working on it. It's just taking a very, very long time.
Any members of the public, questions, comments for the library? Online? Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Excellent.
I think that's the written report.
Okay, we just have a written report.
Yep.
See real quickly. Okay. Highlights from that. Edgemore Summer Discovery registration begins on March 1st. Edgemore has 36 for its few weeks. Programs for ages 6 through 12, runs May 28th through July 26th. Kids Connection, very successful at Edgemore. The spring session of classes for Forever Fit have begun. Evening yoga class is 26. And then there is a new class called Aging Actively, which has 7 currently enrolled in the March class and 6 in the April. Lynette Woodard has a summer activity camp, registration beginning already. And we have out 90% enrollment for the 4 to 5 weeks already. It's a 30 to 45 minute class. The class revenue will generate almost $1,000 for the summer. New security system at Woodard as well, finishing up soon. And then Open Streets ICT, WSU, and Shop Your Neighborhood will be held Sunday, April 14th from 12 to 4. On 17th Street from Oliver to Grove, it'll be 2 miles of open day, open fun, bike, walk, filled with delicious food trucks, music, and a lot of socializing. No traffic. The streets are fully shut down if you haven't experienced that before. And that's their update, and the full report will be in the minutes. So without objection, we'll receive and file all staff reports, and we'll move into board agenda and first things first. So we'd just like to thank Maddie for helping out in the interim And would like to give an opportunity moment for Cameron Jackson to introduce himself to the DAB as the new Community Services Representative for District 1. Oh, you're welcome to do whatever.
Or just stand up.
Welcome to do whatever.
I'm Cameron Jackson. It's my first time in Wichita ever. I'm originally a military brat. Most recently just moved to Texas. So it's my first day in Wichita and I've really enjoyed it so far. So it's nice to meet you all.
This is his first day. He's got a 15-hour first day. But already here, so.
This is the agenda packet.
He's a trooper. He's gonna be great.
Thank you for being here, Cameron. All right, we'll just go ahead and start with DAB member updates. If you have one, starting with Luana.
Well, I need Michaela to go before me, because I need to piggyback off what I know you're gonna talk about.
Oh, are we doing, okay.
Yeah.
So I would like to, our last comment about Open Streets, we will be celebrating Open Streets for the second time on 17th Street. The library will be out. There's going to be a youth, hub area, and Lawrence was probably gonna share more about that. But we were really trying to do some more engaging things this year for the neighbors. The street closure card that went out, they redesigned it this year to be very welcoming and inviting. So that's really amazing. So hopefully we'll see more neighbors out being able to engage, connect with services, find out camps that are happening, and really just have a good time. So I wanted to share that. And being put on the spot, I can't remember, there's something else, but maybe I'll come back to it. So that's my report.
So to piggyback off of Michaela, so when we do the Open Streets, the YMCA, we will have a summer learning program, and we're gonna start enrollment on that day. It is gonna be for incoming kindergarten, first, second, and third graders, because we all know if you can't read or do math by third grade, statistically, you're gonna have problems getting out of high school. So we're tackling at an early age. And so we will have room for 80 students. If you live in or go to school in 67214, you are eligible for the summer program. It will be ran in the month of July. And so look for our table, YMCA table on 17th Street, and you can start enrollment on that day.
I'm gonna shift gears just a little bit. In our community, we've enjoyed having freshly polished streets in newly paved, refurbished streets. And it caused us to notice even more severely that we've got 9 dump trucks coming down the streets every week, because our garbage collection and our recycling is leased out to all these different people.
Yep.
And a big part of our neighborhood is rental property, so that the people that live there don't really have so much to say about who they're getting their trash from, their trash hauling from, because the landowner is paying for it to be sure they're constantly covered. So I just wonder, I've said I'd try to find out what is being considered. Is there anything being considered for the city taking over trash collection and recycling, or some method of controlling how many vendors you can have up and down these really heavy trucks coming up and down these little side streets with cars on both sides constantly?
Council member, I thought you might point to me. Lori Lawrence, I'm with the Sustainability Integration Board, and I am the chair of the Waste and Recycling Committee. I agree with you completely, and so does the majority of people in this city. Unfortunately, the haulers disagree. They call the shots on this issue. We had proposed to all the haulers to franchise trash, which meant you would get one hauler in your section of town, a different hauler here, a different hauler here, split it all up. There are 8 haulers total in the city of Wichita right now. They refused. They will not do it.
Why?
They see it as economic. What they don't understand is that as soon as you do this, you're gonna have way more money. Yeah, you can't talk to them about it. You can't convince them. Nothing we say would do any good.
Not even numbers?
They've made up their minds. Right, yeah, I mean, maybe the DAB board could do something to put, I mean, this was huge getting this set up in the first place, having them all at the table at one time. And they just said outright, one of them even threatened. Yeah, was threatening.
Speaking of threats, there have been people who said, okay, I want to change providers. And they're being told that the fee for picking up their cart, and they may not deliver it. The fee for picking up their cart is astronomical.
Yeah. Yeah.
And,
They put that
and
in
this
place
is
not that long
seriously
ago.
gouging the
Yeah.
citizenry. So I've got to ask, is there something the city can do?
Sounds like
I think
exploitation.
the last time the conversation was held, the smaller companies felt like the big companies would eat them up, you know, I think that was the issue, the last time we had the big conversation.
But they have eaten them up now.
Well, and when we did this more than 10 years ago, there were 35 haulers in Wichita then. There are 8 now. So yeah, they have. You can't compete if you only have 2 trucks, right? But all of the haulers that are out there now are more the bigger boys, right? Not all of them, but many of them. And one of the top 3 was the one that made the threats to us all around the table that day. Of course, they can't do anything about it, but you know, that they don't want to do it. They will not do it. The city would have to take back control of trash, not meaning that they have to collect trash, just that they have to take control of this system.
Monitoring and
They can put in place a way to franchise trash so that everybody doesn't have 10 trash trucks on their street. You can do that, but at this point, the city manager is not willing to do that.
So it'd be like a petition?
We can, well, Councilmember Johnson, you wanna update that to the updates on that? But we could always do, I guess, the petition. That city charter option as well. I could see though logistically how they would think that's a nightmare. Like they're probably trying to protect the pickup guys' jobs too. So if you franchise it out, it'd just be one entity instead of the other. And some people may have preferences for the pickup guys versus other pickup guys.
Well, and they like to have the haulers, the people that they have, because people that cause them trouble, they can get rid of. But if they have to take everybody in this whole section of town, that's what they don't want, right? Some people should not have trash in their eyes, so they don't want them to be in their, they don't want to have that district. And there are certain parts of town that they don't like, right? People that don't have the money to pay what they need to pay. People who don't have the ability to call in and give them money to pick up bulky items. There's the amount by the side of the road until we have a neighborhood cleanup. We just got the dates on those, thank goodness. But to make a change, and we are still meeting on this, to make a change, one of the proposed ideas for that was not franchising, because we can't franchise, but to charge everybody an extra 25 cents on their trash, or 25 cents a month on their trash bill, 75 cents a month, or every quarter, 75 cents. That would be a lot of money from all the haulers across the city. Using that to provide some sort of bulky waste, right? Many cities where the city handles trash, they do bulky waste pickup at least twice a year. You just call them up, say, I got something, when are you guys coming? And they do come and pick it up, because I hear that all the time.
I could see them
Like
definitely
here.
agreeing with that, because our provider will pick up anytime we call it. for
And you
bulky.
pay them.
Right, and we pay them,
And
but
you
people
pay
don't
them.
realize they'll pick up anytime, and the fact that they don't have to then pick up anymore anytime. I could see them agreeing to that.
Well,
Well-
but it's paying them. When I did a survey of the haulers a couple of years ago, it was anywhere from $35 to $85, probably more than 100 now. Depending on what you have, the size of it, you know, a fold-out couch is the worst. Because it is the worst. But, you know, it can be a lot of money And when you're just getting by, you don't have the money to do that. That's why the illegal dumping is such a problem. That's one of the reasons.
But isn't that somewhat an ancillary issue to the once a week, this truck is coming down my street for me. Another truck is coming down my street for my next door neighbor. Another truck is coming down the street for the gal across the street.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's eating our lunch on the asphalt.
It is. We know this. But like I said, the haulers won't have anything to do with it. So
There's gotta be an avenue. That's what I'm looking for.
We do.
What's our avenue?
Is it possible then, because there's continuing conversation here, can you come back to a future DAB after they've in a few months or so, if there's gonna be an update of any kind, so that we can have a more complex and nuanced discussion on this?
okay.
Is that possible? If there is an update,
Yeah.
it sounds like the DAB doesn't wanna further explore this and give it the time it duly deserves, and I
The
appreciate all the
DAB and
updates.
everybody is on the same page here. The whole city is on the same page, but the haulers aren't.
You can't have one group of independent businesses controlling the population.
I agree.
So there's got to be something to be done.
They right now have no contract with the city to provide trash services. That expired last August, a year ago, last August. That contract has not been put back in place. That some of this could be included in that contract language. But I'm not sure it's gonna happen right now because
So
our city
the
manager.
city manager is the brick wall we're running into first.
In my opinion, yes.
That's one answer.
Sounds like then I would like to have a longer discussion then on waste management, especially if there is a contract that comes up again. Depending on what y'all's timing on that, directing the city manager. So I appreciate all the updates, and because it is such an important issue, take it back up when we have more information as well.
Yeah, this is gonna take a while. But yeah, I don't mind doing that at all. I mean, I'm the District 1 appointee. I need to report.
Appreciate you being here too.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm here for something else, but.
Yeah, no, it's just here.
So Ted, that just a side note, it was a good conversation, right? As the DAP board, I think we need a retreat, we need our own meeting to talk about these issues. And then we can come back here and have like a discussion, because there's some other things that we don't really have time to talk about at these meetings that really affect our entire district.
But that's part of what we're not allowed to
But
do.
if we meet, it would be a, yeah.
I mean, we have a retreat over here.
Yeah. But when we meet and give recommendations, it would be open. What I'd say on the short term, no matter what, is we probably, and working with Cameron as the new CSR, especially be more concerted where a lot of us bring up great questions, and I hear like just hearing all like the license plate readers, for example, we brought up at like 6 meetings and wanting to get a report on that, and we just need to do on just the short term, on the very least, when we flag something in multiple meetings that we're not getting an answer on, then we didn't need to be clear on just them setting that as an agenda item going forward. Just for the short term, and so and then it sounds like, I think we all kind of just looking out for each other now know this issue's gonna keep coming up, this issue's coming up on social, and so we can then communicate with Cameron and communicate with city members of the city and appointees on getting something on the agenda. And we can be purposeful on that, where if we know the agenda in advance and we see, oh, we have one meeting with one zoning case versus one with 6, we can get maybe a couple items like that on a meeting like that, where we can have that concerted conversation and it fits on the agenda and schedule of how we're consistently already meeting, which then would be as best as possible for the public as well.
So
Just a little bit further to that.
one second though, but we're adding a whole bunch of steps. That's what this item is. This is item 5, updates, issues and reports. If there is an issue, DAB is free to talk right now about that issue and give direction to me and now Cameron to make sure that's on the future agenda. So we don't have to do all the retreats and other stuff, like that's what this item is for every month. So if there's an issue you want, if the majority of DAB wants to give us direction for that, then
One more point I would like for everyone on the board to be thinking about is school is gonna be out in a month. When school is out and these trucks are coming down. I built a sign to put on the front of my, in the yard where I do my artwork. I put a sign out there, children play. But when you've got kids running in the street and here comes this truck and he knows he's not picking up anything for another 2 blocks. It gets dangerous and these kids. You know, their parents are not out there watching them every minute because, you know, it's my neighborhood. It's not Grand Central Station. So if we can look at this before schools, at least start looking at it before school's out, I think it would be an advantage. Thank you.
Speaking of trash, I came across on the Sedgwick County Commissioner newsletter that there's an e-waste collection April 18th through the 20th and April 25th through the 27th. It's from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. and you can dispose of your electronic waste safely and free of charge. It says it's for residents or businesses, excluding businesses that sell or recycle electronics. So, and it'll be located at 47th Street and West Street.
Trying to figure out how to throw away a battery correctly.
Yes.
Don't know what's-
Actually, throwing away you can take that stuff down to the hazardous waste. And they're not open on Monday. Guess how I know?
You can also take batteries to All Pack. Some of the batteries, because I just was there yesterday, or a couple days ago, turned in some batteries.
And
Really big,
the-
backup batteries.
what are the green guys? They take them, the green race car guys, battery guys.
Interesting.
Interstate battery?
Huh?
Interstate battery?
No, is it interstate? Maybe. They're mostly green. They got it on the green race car. Okay.
All the battery places will take them.
Yeah.
Oh,
Batteries are actually the community recycling center at Clark Street. Was it 725? On Clark Street will take batteries.
And then also on April 26th, there's gonna be a showcase for providers in town that provide services for the intellectually or developmentally disabled. It's at the Sedgwick County Extension's office, and it's from 11:30 to 1. There's gonna be tables set up, just people that support people in the community that are disabled with intellectual development disabilities are there to talk about the services they provide. I think you have to RSVP. It's on the Sedgwick County CDDO website, and it does include lunch. So if you get on an RSVP, you get a box lunch, and you can talk to providers that help a very vulnerable population in our city.
Sedgwick County what?
CDDO. Sedgwick County Developmental Disabilities Organization.
So once again this year, Proud of Wichita, Wichita's LGBT Chamber of Commerce is partnering with Wichita Pride and the city of Wichita to put on Pride in the Park and Astor Park on June 29th. The information for sponsorships is available on the website proudofwichita.org if you're interested in being a sponsor of Pride. There will also be additional updates coming soon about all the other events. That's all I have.
Can you remind me, I think you mentioned at the last meeting, when you mentioned the meeting, how often the LGBTQ Chamber of Commerce meets? Do they meet regularly, monthly?
Yes, there are 2 socials. There is a coffee that is like super early in the morning on like Tuesday morning. And then every 3rd Thursday, there is a social, I think for this month, but also I think for next month, it's going to be at the Crestview Country Club. It was a really fun time. They have really fancy snacks. It's delicious. So those are the 2 meetings, and we are currently working on setting up regular work meetings.
So is there a website we ought to?
The website right now is proudofwichita.org.
When did you say that event was? What date?
June 29th.
Okay.
7 to 11.
I actually found what I wanted to, or remember what I also wanted to share. The Mayor's Youth Council and Tobacco Free Wichita is doing one of a kind photo voice exhibit tomorrow, Tuesday, April 2nd, from 6 to 8 p.m. at Fresh Air Baby Camp, which is on West 11th Street. So it's a photo voice, it's a process which people usually, those with limited power due to poverty, language barriers, race, class, identity, culture, age, or other circumstances, use photos and or photo images to capture aspects of their environment and experiences and share them with others. It's ethical photography for change. So that's something that the Mayor's Youth Council is doing and would love to see fellow community there.
All right, I have data and I don't know if it's okay to hand out. It's on Wichita Police Department, some citation, traffic citation data that they've compiled.
You have enough copies for all? for
I
that?
do.
Yeah, then first.
I do,
pass
right.
it around.
So it's 2 pages. Say. Okay, more. The reason I brought it up before and I will probably continue to bring it up, but I was on the Citizens Review Board, which was an oversight for the Wichita Police Department. And a couple of different times, actually 3 different times over the period of time I was involved with the Citizens Review Board, there was an analysis of traffic citation data. And these were, the first one here, this is the cover sheet of the data analysis that was done and presented to the CRB in 2021. Now, on the back sheet, I copied the wrong thing, right? Okay, but so this just shows that this isn't data that people are making up. Wichita Police Department submitted the data to WSU, and WSU did this analysis. And then the Citizens Review Board asked for an update. And so this is the cover sheet of the update that was presented, I think, January of last year. What I want you to look at is on the back, this relative risk index. So this is a snapshot of WPD data prepared by WPD, and it shows the relative risk of whether it's Black motorists or Hispanic motorists. The risk that they experience compared to the control group, which is white people in Wichita, right? So you can see that moving and non-moving violations, that Black and brown people in our community are at a higher risk based on the category compared to white people in our community, right? So this is really troublesome to me. And this shouldn't be just troublesome, I don't think, to District 1, but I mean, there's Black and brown people throughout the whole city. Now, the Citizens Review Board, we tried to do what we could. We asked that we have this data updated quarterly. It didn't happen. We asked, we asked that the Chief of Police come and address the Citizens Review Board and let us know what measures are going to be taken to improve this or speak to these statistics. That never happened. The chairman of the CRB, I took it directly from the minutes, said they would have the police department address that to the CRB. It's been 1 year and 2 months. It hasn't happened. So back to kind of on the same topic, this is important to the DAB and important to the community, then what can we do? And one thought I had was perhaps, you know, if the DAB says, WPD, we'd like to have you update this analysis and bring it to us and let us know what you're going to do. I don't know if that's something we can ask. Now, this all is kind of coincidental, or not coincidental, but at the same time, the Fraternal Order of Police contract is being negotiated this year. And those negotiations are going on right now. And when I think of the police department, you know, as I become more involved with the DAB, you know, I'm seeing what I feel like is just a real lack of information from WPD coming to the community. These fire department reports we get every month, I think they're outstanding. I was on the library website, there was an outstanding, all sorts of data the library puts out. How many people are visiting, it was really terrific data. And what we get from WPD, at least what I have access to, or what I find, or easily comes to me, there's very little. Citizens Review Board gets some data and it's available to the public, but there's not much to it. So if we could encourage our city council or the city during this negotiation process, that they put in some measurements. Now, remember at the January breakfast, you know, the city manager said that they're working on measurements to report out on the police department, and I haven't seen them. But I also sit on the Racial Profiling Advisory Board, and I'm pretty dang sure that they haven't come to us and asked what measures would we like to see. I don't know that, I've not seen it on the DAB agendas. I don't know if they've brought this to other community groups, but I think that would be another ask. These measurements, what are they? And how can community give input on that? And then hold the police department, the city accountable for reporting on these measurements. And ideally, if I'm gonna like shoot for the stars here, then measurements could be tied to FOP performance or pay performance. So I don't know what kind of discussion we have here, but can the DAB, if we make a motion, ask WPD to update their data and come and make a presentation?
100% we can do that, and that's good too, because we down here can't make the motion, so you would have to, I can't make the motion for you on this.
I do have a question before that motion. Text, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say, I think you bring it up because what often happens when we ask repeat questions to the police, we have the CPOs who often are at their levels, not even having as much access, and it's nothing against them sometimes, and sometimes they do come back with information, but oftentimes they're in their position and they're pushing it, communicating with their superiors and balancing, getting on their nerves, but that's good. I mean, I want them to be asking, but us asking as well. And so if there is ultimately a motion on this, I would also ask, then Cameron, looking forward to a meeting in the future, the next item, say, you could even direct it in your motion, say, within the next 3 months or next 5 months. You could to have that update. I would also recommend if we can get updates on those license plate readers that we've never really got on how well the program's going, because the program seems to be continuing to expand. And so that's something where we can maybe get a public information officer in here, or a deputy even, or someone else. Yeah, you're more than welcome to make that motion. But before we make that motion, I want to see if Joseph wanted to add to that. To clarify your asking question.
Yeah, I think you actually hit on what I was gonna ask, and I feel Dr. Berzer would have this information handy, but I'm curious, as we synthesize the data, so like, I'd be curious to know what type of vehicle or the year of the vehicle, or to see if there was some correlation with, is there maybe some profiling with the type of vehicle being seen in the community, and does that trigger a certain response from that police officer as well? Because race may be an indicator as the issue, but also just perception of the type of vehicle that someone's driving may be an indicator as well. And I think Dr. Berzer has done some research on that to see that correlation. And then the second thing I saw on Facebook somewhere, and I apologize because I can't remember the exact name, but I know that WPD recently held an academy, and I believe it was specifically targeted for the Hispanic community to try to educate and recruit them into the police force, which I think is critical, because I think representation makes a world of a difference. When people see a physical manifestation of what they look like, it changes perception. But I'm curious, there maybe, Councilman Johnson, this is a question for you. Are there efforts to do that for other underrepresented populations? Be it, I know they've made great strides in the area of gender diversity in WPD, but as it pertains to the LGBTQ community or the Black community, what other efforts are particularly being done, as we saw reflected and uplifted by a lot of people on social media for other underrepresented communities?
My point would be if we could be very specific about the data that we're interested in receiving from WPD beyond just traffic information. Because I know it's been brought up here a lot of times too, just individuals experiencing homelessness and WPD's interaction with those individuals and what's happening. So there could be some other arenas on a regular basis that this board may want to request.
That's a good point, especially because to the initial point brought up is the updating of the reporting in general. And once we actually know what new information might be available, then we may even request staff reports to have certain information going forward, so that these CPOs aren't caught off guard or we bring up something that they might not have thought of preparing. They always know that they're supposed to prepare, so they have that consistency. So it sounds like we will have a good agenda item at some point. We can do the motion going forward. We're on the with WPD, and I would like it to address then those specific points on the reporting and transparency and what would that be. But if we are fine with it, this will give us a great opportunity then to bring up a lot of other issues as well. And if we can then give kind of those bullet points, like the license plate readers, so that they can bring in that information. I would also think this would be an appropriate time if the DAB would like to make motions around, I don't know what we can do under CPOS rules, but I am passionate about if the city is going to decriminalize marijuana, then there needs to be then motions with the WPD and then changing the recruiting policies as well. If we are not going to hold it against someone who has a record, but nothing but just having marijuana on them, we're saying they don't have to go through the expungement process anymore, then I think that should be represented in our recruiting as well, as we update our practices too, if that's possible under CPOS.
I don't think it is.
Okay. We could still make a recommendation though for the city to advocate for them, right, as a part of their legislative.
And so Joseph, I want to respond to you on one of the things you brought up. So it's recruiting from underrepresented social groups. And recruiting, and there's the retention component, right? Now, one of the measurements, I was successful in getting WPD to report to the CRB on a regular basis. There's complaints made against officers. There's internal and external complaints. And all of that is available at the CRB meetings. It's available on at the minutes online. But I'd asked if they broke out like the number of complaints and then by group, men, women, and then different racial groups. And maybe you'd be surprised. I don't know that I was really surprised, but minorities have complaints, internal complaints made against them at a higher proportion than the non-minorities. So that speaks to retention, right? If it feels like you're targeted by complaints made against you, then I think it's harder, to keep job satisfaction. But anyway, that data is available.
Thank you.
So for motions, looks like we have a handful of them we can do here, right?
It sounds like maybe. Yeah, what I'm thinking, Cameron, what we probably should do, and we'll be transparent about it right here, so we have all up and up with the open records, is it sounds like obviously priority is the new reporting, transparency, private license plate readers. It sounds like there's a handful of issues, and to be as efficient with their time and our time, and also candidly, if whenever we schedule this, we could get Berzer to be on hand at the meeting as well. I think we could do an email to the DAB with instructions to like reply direct or fill out a form where you can then compile, and especially looking at these minutes, these are these issues we've already brought up. And then we're gonna have a list of hopefully like 3 to 5 issues that the majority of us are all bringing up, that then we can have that bullet point list to give to WPD, so they know, even if there's some additional things we can bring up, so they can start compiling a presentation that would address those topics. Does that sound more fair?
Mary Jack?
Yeah.
So when Dr. Burch did do the data, the study, and one of the things that he told us when he did his presentation is that the city, he was only allowed to pull certain. So there may not be some things like, there may not be specific things that we asked for. So just be prepared for that. And then also in 2022, I organized that conversation with Sergeant Brian Saffris. He actually was in this room over the license tag reader and how the program has expanded. And if he's still with the department, he's a great resource. We went through everything. Yeah, they look for a lot more things now than just a stolen car. So yes, Sergeant Brian Saffris is a great person to have, and they came in here and did a whole presentation.
I think it's nice just to have, I was more bringing up Berger just to have the academic on hand for their
Yeah,
expert
he-
knowledge,
he
and they may
did.
steer that discussion as well. Now, in this case, do you want, at the very least, if y'all make this motion, to request a meeting agenda item on, at the very least, the updated reporting and how it will be reported, as well as updates on license plate readers? Do you want to do like 3 specifics in
I'm
this
about to say,
motion?
yeah, probably different sessions,
Do it
yeah,
right now.
because on this one, we need, what is the new, like, they have this for what, 2 or 3 years now? So now what? What's being done to address it? And has that made the data change?
Y'all
Yeah,
find that we
yeah.
can tackle that as the main issue, but also
And then a
maybe
separate
depending
meeting.
on when this meeting happens, if it's a few months from now, and depending on how full the agenda is, we could take some discretion to bring up some other issues if we would like, but we want to at least get them on the agenda or on the schedule for that.
So I will say that Chief has indicated that within the next 2 months, he wants to go to every DAB and have these conversations. So what would be easier is if you just give the subjects, and then I could pass that on. That'll be a part of the presentation.
You can bring Will.
Or maybe we could fine tune it. I mean, measurements. I keep hearing about the measurements, but I heard about it in January. Maybe it doesn't have to be that, but if we can find out from the city or the city manager what these measurements are and what they're gonna be reporting, what the report's gonna look like, we could get that maybe PDQ. And then ask them to update the entire, cause this was a multi-page presentation, right? I just wanted you to see the RRI on this. So, and update this and then go over the data and talk about what, if anything, is being done to improve it. Because the other thing that I had on here was heat maps where the stops are and so forth. But, I mean, I hate to keep waiting. You know, I felt like
But it
the
sounds like,
CRB
it sounds like
the next 3 or 4
the
months.
chief would be coming in within the next like five months. Because he's gonna go
2
around.
months, he wants to do it by.
Right. So it sounds like we could
Get our
get
questions.
our topics and submit them to the chief, and we can take advantage of that. And then also with the direction that the chief wants to bring officers that are more briefed on those specific areas, like the license plate readers, then we can do that instead of having to handle all of that. And he can then take our questions and recommendations on more long-term stuff as well. So we can, what I would say then is if he's already gonna be coming in, we can make then a motion that recommends these topics be addressed when he comes in. Whenever he
Part of
comes
the
in,
agenda
part of the
or-
So then that Cameron can already communicate those 3 things well in advance. And if there's additional, if we find out he's meeting in 3 months, 2 months, we can update that, but then that's the police department.
The heart of the meeting was gonna be real-time crime and license plate readers, so that was already gonna be talked about. If you have specific questions, I would encourage you to have those ready. If there are other issues you wanna talk about, then motion would be able to address those, but he was going to bring up real-time crime anyway.
I would just say that I think this is a great idea. But if we're gonna wait a couple of months and get questions, I would be really disappointed if that experience was a lot of us asking questions and requesting information and the answers being, we'll get back to you, or we don't know, or we're working on it. I would like this opportunity to be more productive than that. So if the topics and questions that we want to ask could include specific information that we would like to have available, I think that would be smart, because I don't want to sit here and just have them say, we don't know, we'll get back.
And I think that's important when you communicate with the department cameras, and CPOs can attest to this too. These are issues we're asking over multiple months. So just to give them a heads up that's why we're being more adamant and proactive in requesting these specifics.
Well, I just don't want it to drag too long, much to Abby's point. And also, we're in the middle of that, or the city's in the middle of negotiating with the Fraternal Order of Police. And when that contract is done, if it's gonna be historic, holds it what it's done historically, then the city, that agreement's a 3-year agreement, so this could get kicked down the road and not have a big impact on the FOP negotiations.
So you also mentioned transparency, so have you thought about it yet, how far we can go in asking that things be made publicly available, where we can just, like the other things you were finding on the website? If some of this, if not all of it, could just be made available, just put out there for us. We can get it, but so can Uncle John down the street.
Right. Well, and that's these measurements that, the city manager said in January that they were working on. I haven't seen what they are, I don't know that I'm gonna circle back to, was there community input? And then I guess the next question is, how is this gonna be reported out? And I think it should be fluid as things change. I'm real concerned about it. Seems like these non-lethal or less lethal every time, not every time, but the ones that make it in the news that I read, when they use them, then it turns into a fatal shooting. They start with this and then it goes downhill in a big darn hurt. So I mean, that would be another thing.
I mean, now that we know that the police are already gonna come here, would it be appropriate, and just to make sure, to the points of time sufficient, we hear the topics of it, but they haven't been pressed on like what we're expecting, so the questions. So I mean, we either do the motion asking this to happen within a certain few months, but it sounds like it's already gonna happen. I would say even separate from that, we should have a continual, we should not be afraid to email Cameron directly with those 2 questions you just said directly. And if there's others with direct questions that are related to these topics, so that he can kind of summarize those as well in advance. I think that would be an appropriate move for efficiency too. So it's not just, hey, we're gonna come in blind and have this conversation without any preparation in advance. Right? So that should happen no matter what. And I think now Cameron's heard us, and I would do a bump email on that as well. But
So should we still just make the motion? If you want a license plate reader, can we still just say that's what we?
yeah, you're welcome as members to make a motion at any time, as long as it gets seconded, would be honored for debate and vote.
Okay, so the first motion I want to make is that at the next district advisory board meeting, DAB1 meeting, that whether it's somebody from city manager or WPD, they bring us some measurements that are under consideration or have been finalized for DAB's review and feedback.
Motion's been made. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by LaWanda. Any further debate on that motion? For the debate, we'll take the vote on that motion. All in favor, say aye, a positive sign.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimous, which would be 6.
And I have a second motion, independent of any other data that WPD may bring to the district advisory board, that we have a separate presentation. They update the traffic citation data with diversity group RRI analysis, and make an entire presentation of all the data similar to what they did on the Citizens Review Board at a time, let's see, within the next 3 months.
Is there a second? Second. Any further debate on this motion? Hearing none, all in favor of that motion, say aye with a positive sign.
Aye.
Any opposed? That is 6-0.
Did you want something on homeless populations? You said.
No, I was
Their
just,
interactions.
Well, my thinking is that there are some things that frequently come up or are talked about, even just in kind of the basic report, but it's not always consistent. So if we did as a group want data on a regular basis, that we could then say, these are the items that we would like you to present to DAB each month. So that way they can come prepared with that information.
What I might say to that is maybe, I know time is of the essence, but maybe we would have a fuller picture of what updates we're going to expect after we had these conversations over the next 2 to 3 months. Still, while still asking all the questions you're gonna ask. Then similar as we can kind of have just these report numbers that we want written every month. And I'm fine, like y'all are welcome to make a motion anytime to request those things, but it may be more beneficial or efficient to then provide that written expectation as clear as possible after we've finished having these discussions, particularly with Chief. And then if Chief hears us and sees what we're doing, Chief may even recommend that that becomes a standard for the other DABs too. So I think that's fine, but y'all are welcome to put forward motions for additional.
You okay with that? Yeah, maybe that'll give us a little more time to think about what we do want to hear, right?
So do we clear, I mean, things that we want him to address specifically, and we've taken care of kind of the measurements and the traffic citation data. But other things, just send them to Cameron.
Yeah, in advance, I would say in advance to the chief, if we can find out which meeting as well in advance as possible, if it is the 2 months. And then I would guess that even with the reviews reports, if you get additional information next month, you would still want to follow up about that with the chief and any other superiors that he brings along.
So my recommendation would be that I tell the chief to come in June, so we have a date certain. And anyone who has questions for data can get that to me and Cameron by the next DAB meeting, which will give WPD at least 30 days to gather that data. Because if you submit questions 2 weeks out, you may or may not get that information. So that gives you all 30 days to figure out what questions you want answered, what data you want pulled. And I will see about setting the WPD presentation for the June DAB, which I believe is the second Monday.
And I would say if you didn't get information in the next meeting for the ROI or whatever they present on, then you can have time then that day to provide updated questions. Or the next day, that would still be 30 days before the meeting. Because you requested a 1 month update, one of those motions. And so if there's
Well,
no.
just not an update, but just find out what the measurements are.
Right, and
Right,
based
yeah.
on what they say, then you can update your questions and still have enough.
Oh, I see what you said. Yeah, got it.
There's, part of my updates, just the Wagon Masters patio, patty party went really well. Another success. It will be an annual occurrence continually, and next year, be on the lookout because hopefully we may be connecting it with the NCAA coming through, as well as some more opportunities. And more opportunities for socializing and entertainment means more opportunities to raise money for the Good Life grants. And which, speaking of the Good Life grants, we gave out had 125 applicants and selected 31 local nonprofits through the Wichita Community Foundation, allocating around $32,000 in grants to smaller nonprofits who usually would not be eligible for larger grants. If you would like to learn more about those organizations in person, or a part of any of those organizations, you're welcome to come celebrate on April 18th at the La Vela Candle Club, where we'll do the presentation at 6 p.m. with the social at 5:30. And so that will be going on then, and be on the lookout then share information with other nonprofits to apply this year. Thanks.
Text.
Just-
Patricia Houston is doing some really good work with non-traditional nonprofits, the smaller grassroots, because they don't really get those grants. It would be great if you connect with her and maybe let her know what the opportunities are, and then she can push it out to her network.
100%. If you send me her contact info, and then I'll make sure at the very least we'll update
Are
her
you still
whenever the
on board?
application.
Are you on that board? Oh, she's on Patricia's board.
And so I'll be sure along with them on that to give updates whenever the applications go on the community foundation. And the community foundation always has a dedicated page for it throughout the year, even if the applications aren't open. So that information is all there as well.
The homelessness resource event was held today from 9:30 to 3 p.m. That means our emergency winter shelter closed today. And they held a resource event downtown. They also, many of the providers, including with the city of Wichita, helped transport many of our unhoused who were at the emergency winter shelter downtown to those resources so that they can be provided. It's a bittersweet moment as winter season or cold season is over for the most part, we hope, but also there are shortage of beds. And so there are many unhoused folks who unfortunately are going to be looking for shelter during this time. Humankind Ministries is out all week today. They're walking the neighborhoods. They are trying to locate folks who are in the neighborhood who may need access to those resources, as well as devoted staff time to go and clean up those neighborhoods. There were mental health providers, physical health providers, housing assistance providers, education providers, employment providers, food providers that were there today. And so again, I know I always say this, I want to reiterate it again, but I think it's incredibly important for folks to get to know those services for yourself, get to know what the city is doing for yourself. Please, if you ever want to take a tour of the Humankind Ministries projects that we have going on or one of our facilities, I will walk you over there myself and be with you on that tour. I think it's incredibly important to recognize that no entity is perfect, but narratives need to be shared accurately when they're shared publicly, because it does alter the perception people have and alters the trust that people have in local government as well as those resources. So please make sure that you are doing your due diligence. I also want to say that yesterday was the Transgender Day of Visibility, March 31st. So as we talk about inequities in safety or healthcare, please recognize that our city is made up of a very diverse population, and we need to do our due diligence to respect one another and at least see the existence of another human being, even if we can't relate to those experiences ourselves, because that is essentially what creates a stronger community. So that's all I have to say.
And anybody who attended the College Hill open house, if you have anything to share, yes, I would greatly appreciate it. My mom had her knee replaced, so I was not able to attend. I'm taking care of her, but she's doing great, and now she's the bionic woman. She's been upgraded. I did send out a request though to see if they could share the data that was collected from that event, and then if I get that, I would be happy to share that with. But if anybody does have anything that they would share, I would love to hear about it.
It was amazing. There was so many community people there, and allegedly it's gonna be a model for other neighborhoods. They had posted whiteboards up so people could walk around and put their ideas up on the board. It was a really good event, and they heard from the community.
Yeah.
It was good.
Good.
Yeah, I would say it was great. I was there from 5:30 to 7. It actually went a little over because there was so much engagement. And so it was really good to hear the community, but to also see what College Hill's been able to do in terms of partnering with public and private entities, but also to hear what their concerns are and preserving the historic context of the neighborhood. So that was great. I took some notes. I'm happy to send it to you.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Thank you.
Sure, we'll get some updates from Councilwoman Johnson on that during later in the meeting. The DAB needs to select its member to serve on the grants review committee. Do you have any information on that? What that entails in serving on that committee to remind the DAB members, anyone wanting to serve?
Yeah, let me pull it up. It's also in the agenda packet. Let me pull up the memo real quick. So the memo from our housing director is in your agenda packet. you kind of want to glance over that. In the coming weeks, RFP will be released for CDBG Public Services and ESG Homeless Prevention Funding. And in May, a grants review committee will convene to review the did you have something with that? To review the applications submitted through the RFP process and make specific funding recommendations for qualified programs to the city council. The grant review committee includes a total of 14 representatives, 1 nominee from each DAB, 2 representatives from Wichita Independent Neighborhood Association, 1 from United Way, 1 from Sedgwick County, 1 from USD 259, 1 from WSU, and 1 from a large business nominated by the chamber, and 1 from a small business nominated by WIBA. So we are seeking a nomination from you guys to select 1 member of DAB 1 to serve on this committee. And also included in the packet is the tentatively scheduled meetings.
I'll just say those in case you don't have that pulled up in your packet. It's Thursday, May 16th, Wednesday, May 22nd, Thursday, May 30th. Those meetings in the afternoon. 2 of them at 2 p.m. and 1 at 3. So again, that's the May 16th, the 22nd, and the 30th. You would need to be available.
Yeah, I'm needing a nominee tonight, so I can get this submitted to housing by the 9th.
Anyone interested in serving on that?
I'd be happy to serve, but if there's somebody else who wants to, I want to lend that opportunity to folks who maybe have an interest in learning more about that work. I think that's critical too, but happy to serve.
It was really interesting. I served on it a couple of years ago, so really learned a lot about some of the organizations that are out there and what's available.
I've served on it before, and you know, Councilman Johnson said he would like for different people to get that experience. And you really get to see some great nonprofits out there and the work that they're doing.
And upcoming ones and yeah. And it's not super time intensive either, so.
I'm willing if nobody else is jumping up and down. Huh?
You haven't served before?
Anyone else interested to? All right, then I guess in this case, we would, someone would need to make a motion for Mary Beth. Mary Beth make.
No, it's not a motion needed, just that, are you
Without
guys
objection,
in agreement?
Yeah, without objection, we'll have Mary Beth be appointed.
Would you?
I've done it. Go ahead. I'm gonna have you fill this out. Let me hand it to me before you leave.
Right, now moving into the public agenda items. First public agenda item is Anita Rich. Advisory board seeking up an order of police contract.
And do we have Juanita here or Faith Martin? They mentioned they might not be able to make it tonight, might need to push to May. So if I don't have anyone here,
We'll keep moving, and if they pop up, we'll take it later in the agenda. Off agenda items, any member of the public here who has something that they would like to discuss, it's not one of the upcoming zoning cases, or something that you would like to direct to the councilman to provide updates, specifically to the councilman to provide updates after this agenda item. This is anything you want to share to the DAB, the updates, questions for the city staff as well. All right. We will now move to council member updates and announcements.
No updates. All right, I've got a few. I will start with,
April Fools.
I was waiting to see it.
so questions earlier about WPD recruitment efforts. I will ask Captain Lemons to address those. I don't want to say wrong. I do know that there are efforts with our LGBTQ community as well as minority communities, other minority communities, but I don't want to say specifics and get those wrong. So I will talk to Captain Lemons about that. Trash haulers wise, working with our sustainability board, there are some options we've talked about. We know that the haulers are not necessarily interested in historically the city at one point, I think there was a discussion about having municipal trash service. And they fought that pretty hard, and that was back, I believe, in the nineties or early 2000s. Considering where we are budget wise, I know that won't be an option from council, but I think that discussion should continue to happen. But a lot of folks are complaining about how many trucks are going down their streets and the condition of the streets. That's something we can look at as well as in this contract. I do know that'd be a fight, not to say we're not willing to have it, but it's gonna take a while for that. I did receive a message earlier on e-waste that Goodwill always takes e-waste, so you don't have to wait for a certain date. You can always go to Goodwill with that. Some short updates. Council tomorrow will revisit the ranked choice voting ordinance that I requested. Council had some questions about process, and one of the transparency amendments I added to that will require require DAB and council to state why they are supporting someone. I never have a problem stating why I do what I do, because that's why you elected me. But there were some concerns about people sharing their why and making other people look maybe bad, or potentially appointing someone that maybe all of us did not necessarily think was the top one, and them feeling some type of way about a colleague at that point. So I think that amendment may come out, but I did offer the amendment to base why, and specifically because a few members of District 3 questioned why I supported the candidate I did at the time. And I spouted off why, because I don't have a problem doing that. But that amendment may come out. Council was also concerned about the coin toss, which none of us like. We think you all deserve better than a coin toss for somebody representing you. But that is still in there as like an absolute last option, but due to the border count ranked choice, it should not happen. But that'll come up again tomorrow. Hopefully that'll pass, and then we won't have the back and forth that we may sometimes have as electeds when appointing a fellow colleague with us. I have oddly been a part of 3 of those. I did not see that coming when I ran for council, but 3 times it's happened. Twice it was pretty quick and easy, and the 3rd time, a little contention. Joseph said it, but the shelter is closed. Just want to highlight that we did keep our word. I know that there were some out there saying that we were not going to have that shelter closed, and it wasn't true. It is closed. Today was the last day, and those individuals were able to go down to a resource fair. I want to continue to highlight that unhoused people are still people. They are still in our community. They were here before. They will be here after. There are encampments in District 1. They are in places you may not think. And some of our blighted homes have folks who squat in those. Again, these folks need help, some of them with mental challenges. Others need help trying to get back on their feet and into stability. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to help out. Anyone out there who says that we don't have an unhoused problem, I encourage you to come to Atwater a few times a week. You will see unhoused individuals coming in here for water, service, Wi-Fi, resources, and trying to get some food. The Lord's Diner food truck is out there Monday through Friday from 4 to 6. Free food, no questions asked. So we have that. Just want to highlight that that's going to continue to be a thing until we can get some additional resources. Some of our friends in the state legislature are trying to make those choices for us. So we still need $20 million. Hopefully they do the right thing. If not, you will hear a lot from me about who and why. We're in the short future. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. Other updates, council has officially changed a few things. So those of you who are used to coming to workshops before Tuesday of the month at 9:30 a.m., those workshops are now at 9 a.m. Council has changed that. So everything's at 9 o'clock. There's no confusion there. Our workshops are always on the 4th Tuesday if we have those. Also, the council committed to a pilot year of 2024 and having quarterly night meetings at 6 p.m. Our first one was March 19th. We got out at 11:03. We'll see if Dad can beat that tonight. Our next one is June 4th. The one after that is August 8th. That will be a budget meeting, so an important meeting. And the last one is November 19th. Those are at 6 o'clock over at City Hall. And again, kind of same rules, public agenda will go first unless this next conversation, we'll talk about some of that. But again, we approved those quarterly, evening meetings. At this last evening meeting, not to take Megan's thunder, we did talk about some public participation. Honestly, just want to correct some of that narrative out there. There was no effort by council to try to push public agenda to begin. There was no effort by council to try to cut, public time. Some research was done to look at what happens in this region. Wichita actually is doing way better than comparable cities in the region as far as allowing 5 minutes, having you sign up to speak, 5 speakers. It was pointed out that, I'm not gonna talk about this, but Kansas City doesn't even do that. So our effort has been to find ways and have conversations about better engagement. And if we can be better than what we are already, not a way to limit public engagement and limit public comment. All of those narratives out there are false. It's unfortunate that people are saying that. If you watch that meeting, you'll even see in the beginning that that narrative got corrected and people were surprised. Again, it's all about what information is out there and how can we be better. So you all will participate in that with Megan, but before she started, I did want to make sure that everybody knew we are not trying to limit. It is about finding ways to allow even more. Councilmember Glasscock even said, let's get rid of that weak sign up and allow people to speak. There are people who have nefarious things to say about that. But if you want to speak and you show up, you'll be able to speak rather than, oh, I didn't sign up last Tuesday. So again, the goal is to engage the public on how to better engage the public in different ways. An update on something that came to you all, campaign finance. On March 5th, the council did basically reverse the action that was taken in January with one caveat. Now candidates running for public office will have to name the principal owner of a business if they do receive a contribution. My motion to limit that to 1 failed. The majority of the council voted against that. That would mean if Brandon Johnson gave to Cameron Jackson running for office, and Brandon Johnson, the business owner, also gave to Cameron Jackson running for office, and I had 10 other businesses, I'd only be able to do that personally and one time as a business. Unfortunately, that limit was voted down, so if I want to give with all 10 businesses and personally, I can. I'm hoping that the public overall, when we start seeing some of the same names, will have something to say about that, but we did try that, but that is the outcome. So candidates will be able to take funding from businesses, but they'll have to name the principal owner.
Can you define principal ownership?
Our definition, I believe we talked about, was who owns the majority of the business. So if I own 51%, I would be that principal owner.
Is it 51?
51. There was also a conversation about those over 5%, but I believe it's majority on their principal owner. Also, we had a conversation about looking at some of the basis was the wow, I forgot what that was called. How we get man, completely lost that. I'm only 38. I'll come back to it. We had a conversation about our pickleball complex in South Wichita at our workshop. There was some interesting proposals about where that will go. Councilmember Glasscock had suggested that instead of having a regional type 24 court facility, that we look at double lining some of the courts over at Riverside. That was all presented at the workshop. So myself and he supported, encouraged staff to go kind of look at what that would look like and also get feedback from Pickleball USA to see if that was something that would be supportive. He also said that we should look at using a majority of those funds, $4 million for the MAC, mainly because of issues we were having with the state. So you hear that, that work will be coming back to the council. We'll hear what that will look like. We also had more conversation about the budget, resident engagement. We have social media town halls coming up. Those are always pretty cool, especially on the staff and council side. You all engage on the keyboard, but it's been cool to sit back and watch. We'll have 10 to maybe 15 staff at computers answering questions in real time, factually, like they have their CIP books out, like it's all factual answers. So that's pretty cool. Those will be coming up. Want to encourage everybody to engage in those as well. Now that I remember, we had a conversation as well about how we publish legal notices in the community. That whole conversation went in different ways. If many of you remember, I've talked for years about how we can publish information in multiple print sources and not just one. That's something I'll be saying tomorrow, because it'll be back up at the bench. But looking at ways to do that, there has been some concern shared with us about those legal notices being housed in the library. The library is the Wichita Public Library, which we have some control over. So I think we could find ways to have legal notices in the library as well. But more importantly, there's a lot of information that we try to share, meet people where they are, and we don't do it. Whether it's geofencing, whether it's door hangers or flyers or meetings like this and neighborhood meetings, somehow we have to find ways to get more information out, truthful information, which we try to push out. So we'll be talking about that, trying to find more ways to get information out. When the council went to DC, we had a good visit. We didn't hear a lot of good information on the Postal Service. If you remember, many neighborhoods in Wichita are losing service because of some dog activity and other alleged dog activity. Senator Moran has been wonderful. His team has been working with us. Tyler, a former Davenport board member, works with Senator Moran, has been reaching out to the United States Postal Service. They received a congressional inquiry. Sounds scary. So Senator Moran is on our side with that. It's a challenge with that, but our hope is that we can stop neighborhoods losing service to their doors. They offer some kind of one-off services for people who are disabled. If they let them know, they'll deliver that to the doors. I haven't heard that being a consistent thing, so I still have concerns about that. We're gonna keep pushing to see if we can get that to stop. Technically, it costs them about $2,000 to put in those cluster mailboxes, which I suggested to the postmaster then. Since you have vehicles, why don't you use that $2,000 to buy mailboxes and posts and cement? We'll find volunteers, like, don't even worry about it. You don't have to pay anybody. We'll find people. Even me and Councilmember Hoheisel said we'll do it ourselves. And answer was still no. So we're gonna keep fighting on that. I think it's ridiculous. We'll do that. We had a really good breakfast this last month with Troy Anderson coming to talk about our economic development policies and incentives. The District 1 breakfast this Saturday. We'll have Chris Labram and Kaylin Nethercott, MABCD, as tall grass and weed season starts. It's always good to have them and to talk about blight and folks who park in their yards. That's against city ordinance and what we can do about it. So that will come up. Talked about the MAC. The urban tree canopy policy is still ongoing. If you have folks who don't know why that's happening again, we are trying to bring equity throughout the city. Parts of District 1 and 6 are hotter than the rest of the city because of the lack of tree cover. So we are trying to plant thousands of trees that may not this year help out, but in the next 10 to 15 years, as they grow, that tree cover should help start cooling things. Carl D. Bureau Community Center, we are still shooting for May. We are working behind the scenes to be ready so that when we get the yes, the final yes from FEMA in writing, we'll be out bidding and hopefully we'll see shovels in the ground before Labor Day. I'll let you all know. That'll be a really good day to come out there for that. Ranked choice voting tomorrow. If you saw the story on, I believe it was Cape News about Emory Gardens yet again, we are still working on housing ordinances to look at what we can do about black mold and these terrible conditions that folks are forced to live in. I have asked for interpretations to see how much ability we would have to address that and potentially remove occupancy from these spaces. There will be people who don't like that. I don't like seeing people live in black mold, so hopefully we can find a way to address that. But when we see places like Emory Gardens in this particular story, this lady's roof caved in, full of black mold, that to me is disgusting. So I am gonna support doing whatever we can to help out. Councilmember Hoheisel is still by my side on that. Actually had a conversation this morning with Troy Anderson about when that will come up. So hopefully before the end of June, you'll see that as a council agenda item, and we'll be talking about that. We are still looking at ways to find funding for concrete residential streets. Again, those are the most expensive. But trying to work through some things, especially in District 1, and move some funds around to kind of get that started, so that neighborhoods can have quality concrete streets as well, and not just the asphalt ones.
Thank you.
Of course. And they're not black.
Right?
I've had two conversations with Union Pacific. Ruther Power has started canvassing the Plume area. They did a lit drop first. Now they're out doing a door-to-door survey, looking to see if there are any wells. We are also looking to finalize potential locations for these cleanup devices. Once that is worked through with engineering, we will go back and look at calling neighborhood meetings so that the neighborhood can talk about where those are and how it's impacted. And then we began to talk about when our next public meeting will be, the larger public meeting. And I have said to them that I don't want to have a large public meeting unless we have a bunch of information to give out, next steps, what's happening, timeline, the ground will be broke. So that larger public meeting will happen after neighborhoods are engaged and give feedback on these devices. That way we have more information to give out. We are waiting for confirmation. Members of our state legislature who represent us here directly have been working pretty hard. Representative O'Hobson, Representative Carr, Senator Pascal have all been working to get funding into KDHE for cancer screenings. If you remember, Grace Med was able to really quickly raise some money to get people tested. I know they were going through that pretty quick. I believe the number total in the budget proposed at the moment is somewhere around 2.5 million. If it stays, that'd be great. Hopefully it does, but we'll see on final budget that goes for gubernatorial approval and what makes it in there. But that has been going. I've been glad to see that. We're going to keep working to make sure people get those things addressed. But there's some other issues in other districts from contamination, and hopefully we see those addressed as well. I think those are my updates. Any questions?
Questions or comments on data?
Once upon a time we had grants available. Are they still available?
Yeah.
Okay.
We still have District 1 grant money. I don't know, I haven't got that total in a while, but yeah, for dead tree removal, sidewalk repair, deed work and special projects. It's up to $1,500 and that is there until the funding runs out. Any other questions?
Yes, just real quick. Could you, I may have missed it, could you remind me again why the public comment portion of the council meeting, the evening council meeting was moved to the end?
That was all my fault. So it was supposed to be a workshop, which wouldn't have any public feedback. And I asked for it to be added to the agenda. When we do that, it goes to council member agenda, which is at the end of the meeting. We had considered, after everything was published, because we had other stuff going on with going to DC. Once we kind of looked at that, we could have changed it, but the problem is if you change it at the meeting and somebody thinks it's at the end and they show up and we've already talked about it, then it's not fair to them. So we kept it there. That's happened before, and then, we would feel bad about that. So it was at the end. Should it come back up after all of this engagement, it probably won't be at the end because it's not council member agenda at that point.
Any questions or comments from data?
Last thing, I'm supposed to put a plug in. If you live in 67208 or 67214 and are interested in a free tree, please check out the flyer I put on the back table. And all you data people have one too. I promise I would plug that tonight.
Free tree. And Saturday, we will have a presentation and conversation led by Elder Mary Dean on reparations. She just asked today.
News to me. I'll be there.
Any other questions or comments from the public? Councilmember Johnson. Anyone online? With that, we'll receive and file without objection and enter public participation and resident engagement, item number 10.
Right. Councilmember Johnson wants to stop trying to steal my thunder. Let's do it.
All right, I'm Megan Lovely, I'm from City Communications. So I have two presentations in one. One is on public participation at city council meetings, and the other is generalized city communication. Oh, thank you. Is this gonna work? Let's try it out. It should. Oh, beautiful. All right, so I'm gonna move through this at a pretty brisk clip. You guys have 6 zoning items. You don't need to talk to me. And I have a feeling this group is pretty engaged already. So I'm gonna go through all of our slides and then we will open it up for questions at the end, and I'm gonna take some notes while we do that. All right, so the first thing we're gonna talk about is, like Councilmember Johnson said, public participation at city council meetings. What staff did is they were asked to put together a presentation of how other cities sort of engage. We don't do that, do we? No, we don't. So, not all cities do public comment. We definitely do. And I want to make sure we're working from the same glossary. So when we talk about public comment at city council meetings, there's 2 places where you can make public comment. Either you sign up 2 weeks in advance to speak on the top of the meeting, which you can talk about whatever you want, but you gotta sign up 2 weeks in advance, and you're limited to 5 minutes, and by ordinance, that's limited to 30 minutes, so we can only have 5 speakers maximum. So, and then the other place that people can comment is on agenda items that allow for public comment. There's some zoning items that have already been through as public comment, so we don't do public comment again at city council meetings, but pretty much everything else allows public comment, and again, it's a limited amount of speakers on those, and then 5 minutes apiece too. So we kind of looked at what other cities were doing. We tend to be less restrictive. Some communities don't want you to sign up. The county doesn't always make you sign up. So this is really just to kind of look at what we're doing. Some of the comments were, well, what we could do is we could switch to 3 minutes apiece and have more speakers at the beginning. We could move it to the end to get through all the city business and have more dedicated speaking time. So it's really open right now. But you can kind of see time allotted for other communities. Financial consideration. This would require an ordinance change, which is a supermajority of council. But we want to just make sure that we're getting people's feelings about this. All right, we're going to move on to communications, which everyone has a lot of feelings about. So I'm going to go over what we do with the caveat that this is currently what we're doing. We are always open to more suggestions, more revisions, and we're always kind of shifting. We have a sort of value statement of fail fast. So we'll try some things. If they don't work, we pivot. We go back and do different things. So, all right, get to my little. So we've done multiple things. In 2008, we actually have a city TV station. Has anyone here ever watched City 7? Oh my goodness, she is the only person in here. Now we put all of our videos on our City of Wichita YouTube. There's a bunch of them. So if you ever need to sleep at night, you can go through MAPC. There's lots of options there. Lone Star City Facebook, next door, we did live streaming. We pivoted and we did a lot during COVID. We actually won 2 international communications awards for that. So we do have a whole lot of different platforms. We have 55 plus social media platforms in total. Those all have a different audience and a different purpose. We use our YouTube as our publicly accessible sort of video meeting streaming. We've expanded how we stream. Councilmember Johnson, do you remember when we started streaming?
Right here, District 1.
It was right here in District 1.
Find that one.
Was it 2018? 2019? Yeah. So we started streaming these. So we're always looking at ways to increase participation. Obviously, citizen residence time is very limited. We want to make it as easy as possible. So what we've seen is who really communicates with us are very engaged residents, or when projects occur in their area. So I was at the college hall, helped show all the stuff for that. We have what, 250 folks? About 250 folks, very engaged, very micro neighborhood issues. So that's when we see that more people get involved, but that they really want to be communicated with. If it is a micro neighborhood issue, what we found is that most people usually don't care about the city, as sexy as we are talking about municipal information, unless it really impacts them. The one thing that we do that we used to do every 2 years for the past couple decades is a national citizen survey. we've actually switched that. We now do it every single year because what we found is that whatever was in the news last was impacting residents' answers to those surveys. So you see a whole bunch of stories about potholes or something going on at City Hall that might impact your answers. So this gives us a better overarching over time sort of value for how people perceive the city. This also is a huge driver of our budget session because it tells us what people's priorities are and where they think we're doing well and where we need improvement. Public information is one of the areas we need improvement, so here I am. And so some of this is real, it's based on data, it can be backed up, but a lot of it is perception, but perception is reality, right? So I'm gonna go over just some of the things we do. So for council, we broadcast city council meetings and workshops on YouTube, wichita.gov, City 7. We share those on all of our social platforms. It is the least well clicked on item that we post, but shockingly. So, but we do it. We broadcast agenda review, multiple evening council meetings over the years. Typically, unless there is a hot button issue, we have very low turnout. I think the evening meetings in March, we had a lot of people there for the beginning, and then that room cleared on out. So, for council, we have a lot of speaking engagements. My team writes all of the speeches. On average, I want to say we do 200 speeches a year. So those are touch bases in the community, and we don't write speeches for everything, especially when the council member refuses to read the speeches that you write, even if you want him to. So we do 6 of these a month. We're going to get back to what we call district advisory board meetings at the end too. We do periodic district breakfast. District 1 is one of our most active district breakfast districts. Direct email, phone interaction from council members and their community service reps. I know that they're bombarded all of the time. We have 39 boards and committees, and many are live streamed or uploaded to YouTube. Now, not all of them. Some of our departments have difficulty streaming, and we're trying to work with them on that. So I am not going to 39 board meetings and streaming them. That is not something that's going to happen. So for budget engagement specifically, which is one of our highest priority items throughout the year, we do community budget workshops, daytime evening meetings, social media town halls. I am going to correct Councilmember Johnson. We are not doing our typical social media town hall where we're all at computers this year. What we're doing is a panel with experts. And we have 2 really focused topics based on the community survey. One is street improvements and repair, and the other is crime prevention. Because what we've heard, those 2 topics are what is most concerned to the community and one they feel we could do a better job. So we are taking those and we are really dedicating those social media town halls. Part of the reason is that we had seen waning engagement throughout the years when it was just an open topic, especially in really good years where we didn't really have to cut. So this year, those are very targeted. One is April 9th, 5 to 7 p.m. We'll be sharing on all the social platforms. The following will be April 15th, and April 9th will be streets, April 15th will be crime prevention. So make sure you tune in for that. Those are all on our budget site, wichita.gov/budget as well. So yeah, we also have a website, we go to council meetings, dabs. We do a budget simulator periodically. That seems to work better again when we have years where we are cutting. We are looking at launching it this year because this is a year that we're cutting. So fun, everyone's favorite. We have a website, which we just redid. We have emails and phone numbers. We have forms for outreach depending on the departments, just different information. We just redid our report and issue app. So on the website, there also is a dedicated app where you can track any issues that you report. Potholes are fixed within 24 hours of being reported, typically. And we fix 70,000 potholes a year. Yeah. So 14 newsletters, email distribution lists, and then we have signed up for different notifications. Website, we have Find My Council members. We track the snow plows. Has anyone tracked the snow plow yet? It's not on the national news. It was on the national news. Yeah. I don't know who named us, but they did a really good job. We have a water outage map where you can see if there is a water outage in your neighborhood, where it's at, and the ETA to fix that. Municipal code, if you ever really want to look up all of our ordinances, we've got that too. Real fun reading. Core requests, open records requests. Has anyone ever filled out a Quora? Awesome. That should be a fun exercise for this group, is out of the
You can also see who has.
You can, yeah, you can track all of our cores and see the information shared with them.
That's interesting.
Yes. We have agendas and minutes of all of our dabs. Propel, Workday Digital, which is our vendor sign up where we do outreach to vendors to work with the city. And then we have an open data portal with GIS that really visualizes a lot of the data of the city. So if you haven't played with the website, definitely do that. We have 55 plus social media avenues across multiple platforms. We do our social media town halls. We do one for budget. We will also do one periodically for different special information. We do one as required. We do one for housing when we do our CDBG plan. We've done one for like Clap Park when we closed down Clap Park. So very topic specific if we do one outside the budget. We do live video Q&As. Council member, Vice Mayor Ballard just did one on animal control because she was hearing a lot from hers. So we do a lot of those. We have Forum, which is our dedicated feedback platform where you can submit ideas for the city and engage other residents. I like to describe it like a municipal Reddit almost. We do online surveys outside of our overarching scientific survey. We'll send one out. We did one for transit. We're doing one for bike planning. Arts and culture has one out right now. Parks does them all the time. So we just really want to meet people where they are and get feedback. We have emergency alerts. We actually have two. We have one through the city that we signed up for boil advisories to water customers. We can only send that to our water customers. And then we have one for Civic Ready, which we partnered with the county. That's for all other emergency alerts. Don't ask me why there's two. There's a whole bunch of laws behind that. So, but also if you haven't signed up for that, it's really interesting. It'll geofence where you are, and if there's a shooting or crime or a tornado or something, it'll send you emergency alerts. Let's see, we've got citizen engagement. So we have our Civic Engagement Academy that someone on my team runs. They have become very involved with the city. Has anyone here done civic engagement? It's great. It's really great. It's really great. We do a Citizens Police Academy. Now I think we're launching one in Spanish as well. Citizens of Fire Academy, which we've done in Spanish in the past as well. We have our Mayor's Youth Council, which is really targeted to high school and younger. Councilmember Glasscock comes up from Mayor's Youth Council. Then we do community events such as Open Streets. WSU is coming up. Riverfest, Farmers Market will have booths out. We do a lot of those. And then we go to different neighborhood meetings outside of the ones that even the city hosts. I know the council members really try to hit as many as they can. And then we do specific town halls. Was anyone at our most recent homeless town hall at the library? People. We also try to broadcast those. But throughout the years, these are some of our most, I guess, memorable ones, like police chief search, which is different from College Hill. Lots of opportunities. We do, so this is going into our sort of paid media as well. A lot of what I do during the day is organic, it's unpaid. We don't have a whole lot of money. So we do standing appointments for staff, mayor at various stations. I do once a month at our stations. Mayor does once a week at all three TV stations and radio. I host a standard once a week press conference just on various topics around the city. We also invite nonprofits to that to present. We'll do dedicated press conferences for things to do and groundbreakings and whatnot. We'll go out and do briefings as needed at events. We also get media questions about every single agenda review and city council meetings. So I spend a lot of time engaging with our media partners. And then Wichita Eagle, they publish our legal publications as well.
But that was Derby.
Sedgwick County does their legal publications for Derby, their paper of record. So Civic Engagement Academy, when we present to Civic Engagement Academy, we like to ask them, what are some of the things you've seen about the city in the news? And these are some of the things, off of this list, we give them. And the things that they most bring up are the water boil orders we've had, changes to firework ordinance, and planned improvements for K96 and East Pella. And we do a lot of press releases and things for these things. But not all of them are going to reach our media. They're just not as scintillating, you know, if it bleeds, it leads. So we don't blame our media partners for that. It's just not something they're going to regularly cover. They're not going to cover every time we have a new Evolve activity guide out there. So, but we still have to find ways to get that information out to the public as best we can. One thing that we've started last year is we engage with influencers. Is anyone familiar with Wichita by Evie or Wichita Life, Wichita Mom's Blog, Wichita on the Cheap, Vanessa Whiteside, who does 1,000 things to do in Wichita? The content that you see from the city is all stuff that we have placed with them. So those are media buys for us. So we also do a lot of unpaid influencer work. We have someone who's going out to communities to try to connect with folks to share our news. So in a way that, you know, you're going to listen to your friends more than you might listen to a city government. So we're really working to try to expand our reach through a very intentional way. And one thing that we've heard from people, so when you see a story in the news or with like Wichita by Evie, they don't necessarily see that as the city communicating, even if it's something that we placed or worked with them on, but it is us. Paid media is limited. It's usually project-based. We do all the traditional avenues, social media, Google ads, billboards, print publications, TV streaming, all of those. We have limited dollars, so we really have to have a sort of call to action with each of those buys. We just did a pretty robust buy, which for us is about $20,000. If you're not familiar with media buying, that sounds like a lot of money. If you are familiar with media buying, you know how tiny that is. But we did that for our tax rebate program for seniors and low income folks, because we really needed to do a dedicated outreach to those folks. They're not digitally connected. So we did mailers, which are wildly expensive, but it was important for that demographic and for that need. Recruitment is another major area for the city and one that we do spend money on because we are looking at filling people who are retiring, people who are matriculating off our system. So it's something that we are very cognizant of. We do a lot for recruitment, career fairs. We do media buys. We do a lot of speaking engagements, vehicle decals, and we're going into other communities and trying to recruit too, especially for very specialized roles. Signage, we do a lot of signage, the new fancy signs outside of here, that comes out of us, yard signs, bus wraps, street signs. We do flyers at various community locations too. We would count that as signage. Other communications efforts, we do direct mail for specific topics. Planning was able to find some funds, so we did do a mailing for College Hill. Love doing mailings, never have money for it. We have a call center and a live chat bot on our website to answer questions. We do podcasts. We've done several different ones. The ones that does really well is our Spanish speaking podcast. So we've kept that one. That's a great way to reach that community. Periodically we'll do water bill communications because of some legalities. We are now limited as to what we can include in those water bills, but we do include anything pertinent that we can. Business cards and flyers. We do hold messages. When we have a water boil advisory, we change all of the hold messages in the city to first alert about a water boil advisory. We do that with our call center too. And then City 7. We also do, we have a pretty robust, and it's being built out, employee engagement. We do regular emails out to employees. There's an employee appreciation committee. And then we're working on a plan to make sure that directors are filtering down information from the top down. Sometimes they don't hear about things until it's in the news, which isn't great. So trying to make our own employees influencers within their communities as well. All right, so that's all I've got for you tonight. I would open it up to any questions, comments, suggestions. Again, we're talking about both overarching city communications as well as how folks engage at city council meetings.
Starting off talking about the Eagle contract. How much money, you said 150,000 would be saved in the initial year?
There is an average of $150,000 that is spent on publishing those legal notifications each year.
2 cents that if the council believes that the website is a more efficient medium, regardless of arguments around the folks that are asking for transparency or then using their own platform for all that communication. If it is more efficient, then would recommend that some of those funds be used to raise awareness of the opt-in for the newsletters and communication or the website, at least for the initial year, if that is possible. I think when we were hearing about the website updates, if there is a way to not have to separately opt in to all these newsletters, I don't know if that has been included once now the website's updated. If you can do like an overall opt-in. Perfect. All right, so that's already there. And that's what I would be more recommending. Whatever you can, however much money you can use within those savings to effectively do an integrated marketing campaign to various parts of the city, to get them to sign up that way so that there is that additional opt-in opportunity that they wouldn't have otherwise. Because candidly, when I go and get information from the city, I am specifically like going to the YouTube page to watch. It's not because of any notice from the city usually in my case, except when I get an email for neighborhood association updates. So that's what I would say there. And then I guess my other thought on that, I'm sorry, I have not read all the news articles or the recap of that workshop. But was there an update? Because I believe Representative Owens was not able to pass the law until he asked Kobach for a decision, a legal opinion. And Kobach's opinion said cities, second-class cities up to 15,000 population are allowed without a city charter amendment to do this. Is there seems to be some confusion saying a first-class city, even with the city charter amendments, some people online were saying they couldn't do it. Is there, just for clarification, we are allowed to do that with the city charter amendment? Because that seems what some of the misinformation I see, or could be correct information people are posting online.
Yes, so a second class city is a smaller demographic population than Wichita has, is what he's referring to. Our law department has made statements that they believe that Wichita being a first class city could also fall under this. Under the second class city ruling.
Under Kobach's ruling is the justification. Okay. Has the Kansas Press Association made any communication of potential lawsuit?
I am not aware of any. I'm trying to be careful, I'm not a lawyer.
No, I know if they were advocating, because I just remember seeing those updates and those rereading about it. It was a little in the dark. City 7, how much is in the budget do we spend for that?
It is roughly $0.
Is it, and what I wrote down was, it's possible, I don't know if you'd have to have a separate YouTube channel, or if it's possible to run a live stream of City 7, if it's just repeating meetings and things like that on the YouTube or socials whenever other things aren't live. So that's just a double.
The other videos periodically. We also know that our viewership on City 7 is almost not.
I didn't even know about it. And I go to the YouTube page to go check out things. If it's possible, as y'all update more communication to stream. I didn't see if y'all are streaming the council meetings also on Facebook. I know you said you post them, but have y'all?
Yeah, we share the links, and this is just a logistical prioritization. We can't stream through our streaming software to multiple platforms. We have to choose one. So we choose YouTube, which gives us the better link to share to all of our platforms.
That is something in the future that to revisit, because I feel that's the issue, is the algorithm on Facebook and on Twitter, we know for a fact will down display
Correct.
other platforms. So if there is a way, short-term, long-term, to look at adding an additional service for streaming or to equipment for streaming, and then I would recommend that CSRs are tasked to share that feed on the same platform. So if you eventually can get a Facebook stream going, the CSR is shared on the district pages themselves. And then bonus points can't be required, but if the electeds could share it on their respective social pages, campaign pages, that would be great. What? That's all I got right now. Thanks, sorry for that.
Maggie, you mentioned the media buys, and I appreciate your definitions because I know that's complicated. How do you decide which organizations you work with? And I'm assuming perhaps you were just sharing a few that you work with tonight, not all.
No, if, I can't give you like a definitive answer. We work with the media buyer. We know the demographic reach of each different platform, so we would target that. So for, the property tax relief buy, we're going into active age. We're doing direct mail. We're doing some radio. We're doing some flyers in that community. We're not gonna do a heavy social buy. We're not gonna do heavy digital buy for that. Odyssey, their different stations have different demographics that they reach. So radio has been really successful for us. A lot of people are discounting radio more and more now. It's been very successful for us, especially with recruitment. But again, it even depends on the job that we might recruit to different radio demographics. So we work with just about everybody.
So there's supplier diversity.
100%. We actually went with a media buyer to protect and make sure that we were making strategic decisions. We were, someone has a friend at Odyssey, so they're doing a lot of buys.
How many people make up the City of Wichita's communications department?
So if we're talking about the core department, there's 5 of us. There are communicators throughout the city. Police have 3 public information officers. Park and Gulp have 1 individual. I'm trying to think. There's also liaisons. So like there's a liaison for fire. I have a somewhat liaison for public works because you don't want our engineers communicating. Sorry, engineers. They're fantastic. They're just lazy. We have liaisons for planning. So it really depends.
So I know that there's been, and Tex kind of already brought it up about the hypothetical of the 150,000 that we use to advertise in the Wichita Eagle for meetings. I think that the goal should be to get more communication out and not necessarily to remove. That's just me though. I think we can debate about a lot of other things, but I'm curious if it were to go online, because I've seen a lot of push for that. One, are all of the things on our City of Wichita website fully translated to Spanish?
So if you want to pull up our website, it actually translates into multiple languages. That's one of the reasons we went to Civic Ready. It also has opt-ins if you are visually impaired or have dyslexia. You can target it to best suit whatever needs you want. We've had that tested through native speakers and all of those.
How do we navigate through?
Language at the bottom left corner. Boom, right
Yeah.
there.
You know,
It's there. Select language.
Go to the bottom left corner.
There we go, sorry.
Oh,
So those are all the languages that it translates into.
We need to hear more about that.
So.
Says Spanish.
Yeah, can y'all, would it be possible to bring that up in the future?
Lord have me. Look at City of Wichita.
Bring that up to the top, nav bar?
I can ask. Our website is pretty formulaic. It's
I
hard to use
understand, you got
words.
templates you're using, but just so easier visibility for someone who might not initially see that. Maybe seeing a language they don't recognize.
It's also optimized for screen readers, so those who are fully blind can help navigate our website.
So the last comment I'll make is, I love the digital age. I can't remember who brought it up at the last meeting about the Digital Equity Summit. But I think we talked about not everyone has access, and those who have access don't necessarily know how to navigate. And so I don't know what the data is, but I would assume that most folks who are engaged in a regular cadence, especially given the times that we hold meetings in the City of Wichita, are probably the folks who probably aren't most eager to get their information from the internet for many, many reasons, or don't have the access or don't have the literacy. And so I just, for what it's worth, I hope that we can take that into consideration and think about the implications of removing dollars from a physical print publication with the idea to move it online. That not everyone has access. And I think the folks who primarily don't have access are underrepresented populations who probably already are limited in receiving the notices and the things that are happening at the city level that impact them. So even if we shift those dollars to other publications, I respect that. And I think, we should, I don't know. I always feel icky about removing dollars from journalism because I think it has huge implications on trust and why we're doing that and who's receiving the information, et cetera. So I just hope we take that into consideration.
Obviously, like Joseph's point, that's what I'm talking about with that excess of funds now. It's not just to say, oh, the website's the official newspaper. You'll do an integrated campaign and decide maybe you're gonna get great ROI for those more micro influencer accounts. And including like local, smaller neighborhood publications that are actually, instead of behind a paywall for the print itself, available and free of access and more widely circulated in terms of per capita in that area of reading it.
Do you have examples of what that is maybe?
Splurge is free, community voice is free.
What is there?
There's another.
Doesn't price like.
No, the Gay magazine is.
Do they deliver here?
They do.
Well, what I think would be a great, I would ask, like, is if this is part of the conversation, you could contact the CSRs in the different districts. They probably have a better understanding of some of the, if there are regional ones, or let's say you have a mega church in an area, even like things, options like that, where they're pushing out, they're having interaction with so many, that can be a part of this budget pie that y'all expand out. Question, I'm sorry if you clarified this earlier about the media firms. Are y'all, besides your buyer, are y'all contracting out to any ad agencies or comms firms separate?
Do not do that, we do it all in-house.
And then is your buyer doing the traditional points on the spend, or do they just do a flat retainer and then provide best recommendation?
We do points on the spend. Independent rates, I have to double check.
We can talk. We can come more about it. Oh, and then last thing, cities in Texas, one of the things they did, when we got a lot of new city councils, in there. And a lot of cities tried the podcast and things like that, providing these summaries of the meetings coming up, and they got no interaction. Some of our like past clients, their success was very short, like 30 second to 1 minute long videos that were direct summaries, hearing not just from cycling council members, but from the head of a particular department or something like that, giving a 15-second quick hit while like walking in their office or in the area that the project's going to affect. And then that video was shared across all platforms as well, native on to the video platform on them. And that's great because those can then also be pushed out on TikTok as well and cut up hunts.
And as some of our council members do that themselves, on the front page of the website, there's also a recap of each council meeting, what they voted on and how.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions. The public comment 5 minutes, does that also extend to city boards? Or can they set a shorter period of time for public comment?
You know, I'm not sure. I think by ordinance, it is 5 minutes. Now, you can change public comments by vote at meetings as well. We've done that. Specifically, there was a baseball meeting that went until 1 o'clock in the morning. We shortened that to 3. There was a lot of people at that park. Some of our mass meetings are included. By vote, they did shorten those to 3. I think by ordinance, it's 5. Correct.
Oh, that's really good to know. Thank you. It's good. And then, on this City of Wichita Community Survey, you know, I see crime prevention is in the category of lower quality and higher importance. And I was out of town when they had the evening city council meeting, but I read in the paper that, you know, trust of City Hall, you know, is kind of low. And is there a plan that this topic is going to keep coming up? You know, how does the city improve the trust that the citizens have? And or is that just like a one and done topic? Is that going to be ongoing, or do you have any say over that?
Well, I can speak to, on the 15th, we have our budget town hall about crime prevention. How do we allocate services better to better serve that topic? Also, we are working with the cops to do a more overarching city town hall about crime prevention. I know that this is a focus for them, and they want to increase public trust.
Yeah.
That is the 15th, and then the other town hall is the 9th, and that is street maintenance.
Yeah, so the one and done is difficult because if somebody's like, I'm out of town that day, so I can give no input on that. Who's responsible if there's errors in minutes on board meetings, et cetera, who's responsible for correcting those? Is it that,
That would be the staff liaison.
that board? And who is above them if they don't ever make the corrections? How can you escalate?
It depends, Cameron, he totally messes up his first meeting and then you're like, hey, did you correct this? You email back.
Yes.
It just, I'm scared. So it really depends. You can just look someone up. I'm trying to think of another board.
Well, specifically, Citizens Review Board.
Citizens Review Board, that would be our police department. So you can go up to any of the supervisors of the police department.
Okay. Press conferences, you show there's a million ways that there's information out there and I don't know what the heck's going on. I see people's social media, it's just like, I didn't know about that. I would have liked to go with that. Or press conferences, police department press conferences. I don't know. What am I missing? What is a citizen? How do I better get information coming to me?
I think that's a solid question and one that we want to work with the community on. Another thing about social media is that at the last presidential election, they started deprioritizing anything that they labeled as politics or government. So that would include everything that we put out. So that is an algorithm change. They're a private company. We have no control over that. We really urge people to sign up for newsletters for that push notification. When it comes to social media, it's really to the citizen to engage. If you start engaging with our stuff, you're gonna see it more. Subscribe to all of our platforms. Go and like it. You're gonna see us have different voices on different things. If it was just the city government communicating, we would bombard you 24 hours a day with all of our departments. So it really is fractured.
Yeah.
There's additional reports of the states of media. As we have progressed into the digital age, there used to be just one place that you got your news. It was either the newspaper, and then it was maybe 1 or 2 news platforms at night. But we are so fractured, and there's also an increased sort of distrust of media, and people are not watching the news. That's not where they're getting it. And what they found through some of our national partners in media research is that they don't want that news. They want to be entertained. So one of the things that we're trying to do is find ways to present them in an informative but entertaining way. So yeah, you are not alone, and that's one thing that we are continually trying to work with and take suggestions on.
And then the final thing, is there anywhere on the website where all of the DAB, their meetings and breakfasts are all like on one calendar? Because I was trying to
Bring up the front page.
look, and then I found myself going to every DAB kind of tab or whatever, so I could get all of their breakfasts and meetings on my.
I will tell you, we just launched a handy dandy little calendar. You can toggle between events and public meetings.
Okay.
So we are still flushing that out with stuff, like all of our city arts events, we're still uploading those.
But can you pick what you want to populate in your calendar?
I'm gonna go, now you will go to just wichita.gov for me, more paper. All right. Scroll all the way to the bottom for me. Ah, there it is. Scroll up just a little bit. Okay, so we have events and we have public meetings. We also have an RSS feed, this little folder right here. And click that, you can subscribe to whatever interests you. So like, I spammed people today because I put off entering a whole bunch of events, so I entered like 5 at a time, and then they just got one ping after another. So
That's really helpful, thank you.
Yeah, so I just click on today's date and
Oh, I like that.
all this.
Yeah.
I was pointing to you.
Oh, okay. So during COVID, we had a Black Alliance. And one of the things we found was really helpful was giving information to grassroots influencers. And then they can get the information out to, their network. And so if you did like an all call for influencers and then you just shoot them info, then they can get it out.
some good ideas of folks to add to our list. Email me, we're trying to grow that out. Corey is out of the office a lot. He's trying to meet with people. He's really been focusing on our Spanish speaking community. because what we've heard from them is they're not getting the same information. So we also have someone do radio and TV in Spanish at least once a week. And then we work with Intervision. Next, we're going to really make a targeted effort toward our Asian American community because they're the least represented on our boards. But in the meantime, if you have folks you think we should reach out to, please send them my way.
Yeah.
We will spam them.
And I do know that the Hispanic Chamber, they need projects, and so they're a great resource as well.
They've been really helpful.
She was pointing out.
I was just pointing to her.
I have a question, for the community survey, do you have any analysis or like trends, themes you could share on who filled that survey out?
Actually do, on the resident survey, we have an analysis of everyone who filled that out this year, last year, and years past. We're also getting a more visual analytics tool, so you don't have to go through all of the raw data. You can go and say, okay, it's this percentage of people in their 20s and all of it. So I'll make sure to send that link to make sure that you guys can look into that too.
And then you mentioned the 39 board meetings that there are, and they're all on YouTube. Well, not all of them,
Not
but
all
a
of it.
majority of
We
them.
would like for all of it.
Right. And that's a lot of YouTube videos to watch. But I was wondering, is there opportunity, because some of these boards, I think I've mentioned this and asked a councilman before, if there's opportunity to get updates on some of those boards, like the land bank or the affordable housing, I'm really interested in, but at the same time, as just a citizen for these other boards, if there could be, I mean, maybe not a outline printout, but maybe one of those short 15-second videos of condensing that, because I would like to watch them all, but that's a very 39 board meetings, and generally some of them are like 2 hours long.
It's like a recap of each one.
Yeah, a recap of each board, either bullet point or a short video would be, but nice. But yeah, something like that I think would be helpful to streamline that information.
Any other board members?
I have one other question. So on the board meetings, is there a restriction on going live?
No, there's not. Anyone can go, I say that. If you take up any like legal action, you'll go into an executive session. But otherwise, we'd love for everyone to go live.
So if we're at a board meeting and the chair is like, we just don't have the staff to go live, it's okay if somebody in the audience say, I can do
100%.
it.
Yes, I saw you brought up the city of Fort Worth saying they only did 3 minutes, but having lived there, a few things that I like they did that I've been frustrated at times where you have that 1 week cutoff. And let's say an issue's coming up for second reading or an issue's coming up on the consent agenda that might be pulled if you give certain public comment that you wouldn't be allowed was kept on the consent agenda. I have some reservations about that, if that could be updated. The city of Fort Worth allows public comment signups up to 2 hours before the meeting. The other thing they do is they don't have a cap on total individuals speaking, but what they have, they also allow and have a link to, which I like their site because they have a page just dedicated to all the ways you can participate. It's not just a link to the form page. They have a page where you can call the city secretary's office if you have issues with the form, things like that. But they also give an option if you're representing a group, you can sign up and note such so that when instead of having all these members from the group come and speak and often, let's say with the campaign finance, repeat certain questions and things like that or points, they can request to speak as a group and then send a representative who will be allotted double the amount of time. But then before they speak, every member associated with that group can stand up. So you get that visual representation of all those individuals who would speak to that, and that group would have agreed with those remarks ahead of time. And that could allow more participation while also giving more opportunities for others to participate, especially if y'all revisit the cap. Yeah, that would be the main thing I would say. We check out the city of Fort Worth site, and then they do actually a comment speaker card for agenda items as well. So then you're called up for the agenda item itself. And then I think a great benefit if you keep the week cut off is on that form page, if you had a direct separate form for folks to fill out comment that would be written and submitted to the council members. Because I think a lot of folks have realized if they miss the cutoff or can't make the meeting, their remarks, if they can get submitted as if they individually email the council members, could be provided in the updated finalized. Don't they get disseminated to the council members? So that would be, I think, another resource as well, that folks probably don't think when they see, oh, I missed the cutoff. There's not just that direct, clear, here's another option for you to have immediate emails or messages going to the council members or the CSRs to comply. Any other notes to add?
Or you can look right across the street at Cedric County and you can sign up right before the meeting starts.
Right.
You ain't even gotta go to Texas.
I was just
You
bringing
go
up that
across the street.
example. I was just bringing up that example since I brought that up.
Well, I'm wondering too, with COVID, I know some of the county board, and I think some of the city actually for council, you are able to attend virtually and share virtually. So I don't know if that is still an option or that was only due to COVID, or can you still speak?
That's something we can present to council, something like.
Any members of the public questions or comments regarding communication, policy with public notice, so. Online.
I would take a point of privilege. If you don't mind. So one thing that we have talked about is the desire for council to have more town halls. We would consider this a town hall format. So one thing that we're kind of just not happening yet, it's just us kind of talking. We're talking about potentially just a brand shift into calling these District 1 town halls. So just something to noodle. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan.
Now going into our zoning, first case is CUP 2024-0001. And to be a little more expedient with this, there's an objection to this. Our main priority, this is the case that we deferred. So if we are fine to do something a little different, since Gab received the staff report last meeting, if y'all would be fine to first hear from the agent applicant, because we had those direct questions, and we can give an agent applicant to present 30 seconds to a minute, or however long, then we can ask those direct questions. And then based on those answers, if you would like to clarify questions with staff, we can do that. Are y'all fine with that? Okay, we'll go ahead and have the agent applicant. This is the applicant.
Hello, everyone. My name is Armando Leon.
I'm Magda Carlos.
My wife, we're looking to open a dog boarding and cat boarding facility. I'm an engineer, so I'm gonna try to improve the engineer's street cred. My wife Magda, so she has a lot of experience with animals, and me as an engineer, I'm very process driven, so we make a really good team. And I'll let her talk a little bit about her experience.
Yes, so I worked for a veterinarian here in Wichita for about 9 years. 8 out of those years, I managed the practice. And then we moved to Florida for about almost 3 years. And 2 of those years, I managed 2 boarding facilities there. We have 2 locations, about 30 minutes apart. I managed both of them. So even there, I grew more of the experience working with dogs.
So I grabbed a lot of her knowledge and her experience and documented. And I mean, we have the business name already set, business cards, and processes. So I know that there was a couple questions with regards to processes. So just to clarify, we are essentially utilizing a lot of her experience in someone else's business out in Florida, where she learned a lot of it, and there's a lot of improvements that she already knew we could apply. And we have applied them to our processes and our standards that we developed there. So this laptop, I brought it because I have like essays full of just standards and practices that I know I'm borrowing from the engineering world to essentially standardize a lot of our work in this business.
And I still have connections with one of the veterinarians is retired, but he's still still around, so I'm using him a lot for resources and just networking. And then the same with another veterinarian that I got to work for 2 years. We're kind of partnered up in a sense where she'll be there to aid with any questions, and act like as a mentor too when it comes to specific questions about dogs, cats.
Thank you all for being here and taking the time. The meeting last month was a little quicker on that, so getting to your zoning case. So thank you for sticking around. I think, go ahead, if can we cycle down to that page 11 where you're looking at the photos, looking north away from site. And I think that was where most of the questions, and would help put context, because I will then turn over to DAB members to ask questions. And I think our reminders were, we have questions about proximity to that residential, you had questions, we had questions on disposal of waste and things in that area, looking more particularly away from the site.
Community odor.
Right, so yeah, go ahead.
My question is gonna be real easy. Are you gonna be breeding?
No.
Okay, so that was in your language.
No, just,
So zoning would allow it. It's right.
Donnie would allow it, right?
no, just daycare, boarding, watching.
So if we put something, if we were to approve this, and we put something about no breeding, would you be okay with that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Not interested in breeding.
Okay.
Yeah, and in that case, if we did do that, then the motion that Metro accepted would differ from DAB, and so it'd be up then, once it goes to council, which motion gets put forward, but if you're fine with both, then it's not a big deal. The only difference of why we do that is, let's say in the future you end up selling, or that property then, once it's zoned, unless it's restricted, would then be allowed to be a breeding facility, and if a future owner wants to have that option, they can come back and get approval specifically for that, so that's the context.
Still worried about the other.
Wait, that's the question.
How are you going to assure that you maintain that the apartments back behind your facility don't smell it?
Yes, so we're gonna be really strict with the cleaning. This is again something that I'm borrowing for when I worked at the facility. So we'll be taking out the dogs and cats, outside the dogs about every hour and a half to 2 hours. And the protocol is, you'll always have 2 people with the dogs. We'll have them in groups, no larger than 10 dogs at a time. The moment they potty, you pick it up immediately, wrap it in a plastic bag, close it, and then we directly take it out to the dumpster. That's gonna be the moment you see it happen. That just helps eliminate any issues with the dogs eating another poop, and now you have an issue with giardia, and now everyone's sick. Now they're not stepping on it, now you're not sending a dog all over their paws. You don't wanna step on it. So just the moment you see it happen, that's just gonna be part of the cleaning process. You do have to pick it up immediately, wrap it in a plastic bag, tie it, and then throw it out to the dumpster. And then as far as the urine, we would spray it with simple syrup, and then we'll have a water hose out there so that we can rinse it. The moment we bring the dogs back inside as well, so that then the next round has clean space.
Do you have some sort of lagoon or something that the water goes into when you spray the urine off?
That's a good question. So no, we don't have a lagoon. So I'm gonna try to use the pictures we have here, because that's what.
It looked before like there was grass out beyond where the kennel,
So.
the outdoor would be.
So the other side has a child daycare, and they have grass and things of that nature. On our half, there's only concrete and pavement. So essentially the idea is.
So where's the water going?
So we would rinse, again, this is the view of the front, so we would rinse with the hose in the back, and so that water would run down this sidewalk here into a drain, which is a little further up front.
So that's a drain to the sewer?
I didn't see that. Maybe I wasn't looking for the drain, but I think there's a better photo that shows you if you're gonna put your enclosure. And it butts up, does it butt up to the dumpsters?
It does.
Okay, and then what's right to the east of that is, it looks like it's a grass playground, maybe for the martial arts, or is that playground go all the way?
Daycare.
The daycare, okay, so your and your outdoor space is gonna butt up to the grass of the daycare?
No,
No.
so
So
that's-
how is it gonna be separated? Because I couldn't tell how you were gonna separate it.
yeah, I kind of wish
Isn't there a better picture if you scroll down? Oh, no, I thought there was one picture where I could see kind of where the trash
We had a
can
different
was.
one before.
So here, I'll pause it here. So this here is the concrete that's in front of us. There's a dumpster
Oh,
section
there's
here.
the dumpsters, yeah.
Yeah, so there's the dumpsters here. This is our section, all concrete. There's at least, I'm gonna say, 4 or 5 feet of just concrete in front of this trash. And then the grassy area begins, for that, childcare grassy playground, if you will. And our fence would essentially not touch this trash can, so it would be before it, and then they'd wrap around here and back over here. So it'd be a privacy fence, metal post, wooden, pickets of 6 feet tall.
And there's a fence between your property and the
Apartments.
the play.
Oh, so yeah, so their area is fenced around individually, yeah.
It's like chain link.
Yes.
thing, is what I see.
Sure.
Part of it is chain link, I mean, but, cause I could see that it was a playground there, right?
Yeah.
So, there's part of it.
Yeah.
Now, when we brought up,
The fencing, it's chain link, what the daycare.
The water runoff, where does the
Yeah,
water runoff go?
from where your fenced in area will be, I would guess, like you pointed out, Armando, so these doors face west.
Yeah.
And I'm the belly one. Tenant is happy as well, so believe me, this is important and we thought about it. And so this faces west, and then the depth of this dumpster enclosure is probably 10 or 12 feet, I would guess, big enough to put a large box in. And then immediately east of that, on the back side of the dumpster enclosure, is the playground area, which is fully fenced. And so the children from the daycare will be east behind this dumpster. Like I said, the distance between where you'll be out here with the outside enclosure is probably 15 to 20 feet from the grass fenced in area where the children will be. That answer your question?
No, no. I think originally the question was where does the water run off to? That was the original.
Is there a drain where the water would?
Where's the drain on these pictures?
and
On that first picture, I think you said it was on the left and it went down a sidewalk.
So this concrete here is at a slant. I imagine it's for the rain, I'm not 100% sure. But this is a bit of a slant, you can kind of see it, if you follow this here. So our fence would be 30 by 30 here. And essentially we'd spray it, and because it's downhill, it would come back around. And there's where these cars are parked out in the front, it would be essentially running down, and then it will go into the drain, right? Okay.
now, when we brought up concerns last time about the odor and noise, the city said that your new center would have to adhere to some environmental concerns or when you go through the building permitting. So has anything come up about environmental since you're doing a kennel?
No, so we were asked if we would be essentially kenneling these dogs outdoors, because there are regulations with regards to that, and the answer is no. So they'll be inside, and they come out every hour and a half to 2 hours, 20, 30 minutes, play around, stretch, use the restroom, and then they come back inside, and then we rotate to the next. Like Magda said before, we have different groups, whether based by size or whether it's different feet, and so they're not gonna go out more than 10 at a time. Go out, do the business, play around a little bit, stretch your legs, come in. And if we have bad weather, snow, rain, hail, whatever it may be, we would have an indoor patio where instead of going outside, they'd be inside, padded area, they would play around, same thing, use a restroom, etc. And then go back to their kennels.
I'm a little bit concerned that the wastewater, which is now acidic, is going to eat any concrete it goes over. Believe me, I've used acid on concrete. So is there gonna be some special pathway for the urine contaminated water to get to the sewage drain? And thought about that.
Yeah, I mean, no, because it's essentially, yeah, it's essentially a gutter going along that before it goes down into the drain. So we didn't think of adding anything extra. I've never dropped actually into concrete, but the plan was for it to just follow that gutter area essentially. And then.
So what happens when we've had snow and then it melted a little bit and then it freezes again? And so that frozen ice sheet on there is half inch thick. What's gonna happen to that water with the urine in it?
Good question. I mean, we'll obviously be rinsing it down continuously as much as we can. I mean, we don't want our place to smell, so the idea is for us to just keep adding water until we remove it. Aside from going out there manually moving it.
Yeah, see,
again,
now, once you're dealing with weather, then now you've got further to worry about odor and bacteria and public safety.
Well, you said if the weather is bad, then you have the patio inside, so they wouldn't even be outside necessarily if the weather is icy.
Then they're gonna be using the bathroom inside, which is not.
So the inside is completely matted and we, just like Meg described, whether it's outside or inside, you got two people, one person is essentially guiding the dogs in and out. The other person stays back and starts cleaning and starts doing what needs to be done to make sure that when the next set of dogs come out, the place is ready to actually be used. That would go the same for the outside as well.
So you hose down that patio as well? You said it was matted?
We mop it, at least that's what we used to do, it's since it's like that padded, like what you would see at like gyms. So the moment it potties, you wipe it with some towels and then you would run it with a mop using a simple green again. It also helps with the odor.
I don't see how there's like a relevant CUP amendment on how we could force. We could have a legal force of them to, when it snows, to clear snow or things like that, that's gonna fall under the best practices anyways, because they're gonna have more and more work if they can't clear out the mess. And if their dogs are smelling, they got more and more work as a part of cleaning the dogs.
And then my question is, what's the maximum number of animals at one time?
Trying to remember right off the top of my head, but essentially, given the kennels, we have 20 regular basic kennels running down the middle, and then on the sides, we have larger, more spacious kennels, I believe. Sorry, I didn't know this video was gonna go that far, so I'm not sure if my laptop has much more battery, but I do know that the inside, the center of our building will have 20. So you have 20 there, and then one side will have probably about 10, and the other side will have about 15. So as the company grows, as the number of dogs grow, we would be hiring more and more people to be able to cover it, so.
I have a question.
Yes.
So about 45 animals at a time, it would be about the most you would have.
Correct.
But not out at the same time, yeah, because we'd have to take them out just for safety.
Yeah, so you wouldn't
I
have all
understand.
45 go out, yes, 45 about the, yes.
I just wanna double down that you all said that you are using Simple Green as a cleanser. And that hopefully that would neutralize maybe some of the acidity in the urine and also hopefully take care of some of the bacteria as well. And to my quick Google search, Simple Green is one of the more environmentally friendly cleaners on the market, but again, this is just a very basic search. I'm sorry, what?
So first time she did simple syrup.
Oh, did I? Sorry.
You did,
I
that was
know.
good time, something like that. Right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you meant. Yeah.
I didn't even catch that. And then-
I thought nobody else heard.
Down. And then is it primarily doggy daycare or boarding?
It's, well, it's kind of both. It's 50% that daycare and then hopefully we can turn those into boarding. So we need to go on holidays or of an emergency, then we keep them overnight.
Would you say, what would you say your primary like operating hours would be? Like the most traffic for people would be taking the dogs out like Monday through Friday or weekends or?
Definitely we'll still have weekends just because of the boarding. As far as daycare, probably our hours will be around We'll open around 6:30 and then we close at around 7. But I would say like primarily even out more often and being more rowdy will definitely be between like 9 and I would say 4 o'clock. When like people are at work and they're dropping them off for daycare, that's when we're gonna have the majority of our dogs in and out. Because we wanna take all of them in groups about every hour and a half to 2 hours.
So it's not gonna be like constant noise around the clock.
No,
Yeah.
because they won't be, I mean, we'll take them out about every hour and a half to 2. And they're only gonna be out about 25 to 30 minutes max. And then we'll bring them back inside and they'll go back to their little suites or their designated areas. And then they'll just play there and stay in their.
So to kind of answer to something I think you might be concerned over. So the last time these dogs do come out, it could be as late as about 9 p.m. So that's the last time they come out, they come back in and they go back out again in the morning.
6
or
We'll have to
6.
schedule,
Yeah.
yeah, 6.
And so later in the evening and earlier in the morning, that number definitely decreases quite a bit because all of your daycare is not there, only the boarding. So that does diminish the number of dogs.
Now on weekends too, we won't have any daycare on Saturdays or Sundays, it's just gonna be full boarding.
Sure.
So then if we have less amount of dogs boarding, then now it's less traffic outside, or less constant.
Kind of normal, yeah.
Yeah.
For my sense.
The fenced in area, are you going to, is that covered with something or is it gonna be the raw concrete?
Are you talking about the ground?
Yeah,
So we're gonna have to.
maybe I heard that before. Perfect, thanks.
Sure.
Questions or comments?
I'm ready to entertain a motion.
I want to make sure we get just a chance for procedure with the public. to discuss it. Public. Okay. On the motion on this, I just want to say one thing because it was brought up earlier. The MAPC approved and the staff recommendation, item number 1, requires that no dogs or no animals shall be harbored or kenneled outdoors. So that's already there. So if y'all did want to amend it, you would be adding a 6th amendment to the CDP around breeding. I cannot make that.
It's not a breeding station. Yeah, I would like to put out a motion to approve with the recommended conditions, adding a condition of no breeding.
And you're approving the waiver of the supplementary use regulation.
Correct. Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion?
Who seconded that?
All in favor of the motion to accept staff recommendations, adding 6th amendment recommendation to prohibit breeding, say aye or vote in positive.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous then 6-0. Thank you all so much for being here and for your time.
Yeah, your office so
We'll come cheers. Yeah.
You're so great. Let us know when the ribbon cutting is.
Right now we're moving to CUP 2024-00004.
Yes, thank you for doing that. They were much better than I. Sit around and do all my reporting. Okay, so Brad Etherly, Senior Planner for MAPD. This time we're discussing CUP 2024-00004. The applicant is requesting a minor amendment to the Providence Square Commercial Development Plan, which is 319. The amendment proposed to change certain development standards on parcel 1A. Subject site is 2.99 acres in size, is zoned LC Limited Commercial District, and is generally located on the northwest corner of East 13th North and North Oliver Avenue. Applicant is proposing to increase the allowable square footage of accessory outdoor storage from 10% to 20% floor area in the main building, as well as reduce the setbacks along North Oliver Avenue from 35 feet to 16 feet to accommodate the accessory outdoor storage area for across the board. As shown on the attached proposed site plan, we have applicant would like to convert a former pharmacy drive-through lane on the east side of the existing building to an accessory outdoor storage area.
Talk a little about it.
Yes, ma'am. Outdoor storage area for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical items. The general provisions of the CUP require adhering to development standards of the LC district, which includes the standards for accessory outdoor storage. The Unified Zoning Code includes specific regulations regarding outdoor storage related to location, screening, and permitted size. It specifically states that the enclosure around the storage area shall be attached to the main building, and the area within such enclosure shall not exceed 10% of the floor area occupied by the principal use within the building. Outdoor storage of between 10 and 20% may be allowed on application and approval of conditional use. Amendment to the CUP acts in lieu of conditional use since the public hearing process is exempt. The existing building is 35,391 square feet in size. The above stated standards would permit an area for accessory outdoor storage of 3,539 square feet. If approved, the amendment to the CUP would permit an accessory outdoor storage area of up to 7,078 square feet. The applicant is also requesting to reduce the setback along North Oliver Avenue from 35 feet to 16 feet to accommodate the accessory outdoor storage area. The UZC requires a minimum of a 35-foot building setback along an arterial street for all non-residential CUPs. Accessory outdoor storage is not permitted to occupy any of the building setback. The requested 16-foot setback aligns with the closest internal curb line with the drive-through lane from the east property. If this LC zone property were to not be in a CUP, this development standards of the LC district would allow the street side setback to be 10 feet. So the 16-foot setback exceeds those. The UCC requires a minimum 6-foot fence or wall that is made of material that is capable of screening the merchandise from view. Staff is recommending that the height of the fence is such that no merchandise stacked behind it is visible from ground level view. One opening not exceeding 10 feet in width may be left open during business hours, but must be gated, capable of screening merchandise from view when closed. Given the desire to locate the accessory outdoor storage area closer to the arterial street and the proximity of residential uses east, northeast, staff is recommending that the screening of this accessory outdoor storage area follow the solid screening standards set forth in the UGC. This section states that screening walls or fences must be constructed of standard building materials customarily used for wall or fence construction, brick, stone, concrete masonry, stucco, concrete, or wood. Additionally, staff is recommending general provision 5 be amended to require additional landscaping along the east property line adjacent to the accessory outdoor storage area. Staff is recommending that a continuous landscape buffer, 3 feet minimum height, and the requirement for 1 tree for each 30 feet of frontage shall be planted. Accessory outdoor storage is placed along the east property line. The trees planted shall be evergreen. There are a minimum of 5 feet in height at the time of planting. Existing trees can be counted toward the requirement. Existing deciduous trees can remain, but at the time they need to be replaced, they shall be replaced with evergreen trees for the specifications above. The character of the neighborhood is a mixture of commercial and residential, with commercial primarily at the intersection of the 2 arterial streets. Property to the north is zoned SF, single family residential district, developed with a church. Properties to the east across North Oliver Avenue are zoned SF5, PF3 2-family residential, GO general office district, and LC. Properties zoned SF5 and PF3 are developed as single family homes. 2010, the property zone GO was approved for a conditional use for personal care service. It's developed with an alterations shop. Property zone LC is developed with a bank with drive-through. Properties to the south are zoned LC and developed with a fast food restaurant within the subject DP 319 and across East 13th Street Street properties are developed with a Title I establishment, commercial retail, vehicle repair, and vehicle sales. Properties to the west are within the subject BP 319, zone LC, and developed commercial retail and a vacant retail space. Site has access to East 13th Street. North, a 5-lane arterial street with sidewalks on both sides, and north Oliver Avenue, a 5-lane arterial street with sidewalks on each side. Wichita Transit serves the site with stops along East 13th Street North, and municipal services already serve the site. The requested CUP amendment is implemented to the community investments plan. And that within the community investment plan identifies the area in which the site is located to be appropriate for commercial use. I don't know if you can scroll down to the future growth map. Yeah, keep going. Little bit, there it is. And then also the requested CUP amendment is in conformance with the Wichita Places for People plan. The subject site is located within an area of opportunity. The plan defines as areas that generally exhibit economic challenges, a disconnected development pattern, and a lack of walkable places and facilities. These areas are in need of strategic reinvestment, both public and private, to assist in redefining and reinvigorating the area. Commercial investment in the area, along with positive impact on the community, should outweigh any possible negative impacts associated with an increased area for accessory outdoor storage. The proposed request conforms to the Central Northeast Area Plan as well. The update outlines goals and strategies for revitalizing neighborhoods in Central Northeast Wichita. These priorities include encouraging more neighborhoods serving retail and personal services, and retain existing businesses and create new businesses and employment opportunities that will benefit area residents. The proposed use will likely be neighborhood serving in addition to drawing customers from other parts of the city, mainly the future commercial occupation of vacant space in the existing CUP. Additionally, the requested amendment would bring a new business to the area of employment opportunities may benefit area residents. You can go to the pictures real quick. This is looking north toward the site. Next picture is looking northwest away from the site. Scroll down a little bit. Looking west towards the site and looking north away from the site. And I don't know if there's more. Looking northwest away, east away, northeast away, and then looking east toward parcel 1C. So that's the pressure on them. Are there any more? Maybe a lot. Yep. One more looking toward parcel 1B and then looking south away from the south. I assume that's all. Okay. Based on information, staff recommends the amendment to CUP BP 319 be approved, subject to the development guidelines mentioned in the conditions mentioned in the report. This is based off of the golden rules. I can stand for any questions. I don't know if got the applicants.
Any questions for staff before we give a chance to raise the applicant?
Good question, like, what's going in there? Cause
Sure.
that amount of storage just seems like a lot. I thought I read that it was gonna be for HVAC, et cetera. So
Yeah,
like, that
plumbing
was-
and like HVAC,
Yeah.
plumbing and
Yeah.
like.
It's a retail store that sells HVAC, plumbing, electrical.
Oh.
So it's good for me, it's parts.
Yeah, okay.
It's a retail store, not a storage.
I don't think that it's wholesale, but they'll be able to, yeah, maybe the applicant can speak further to it, but it is a retail store.
And so is this gonna, refurbish the old building that's there, or are we putting something in the parking lot?
Now, if you'll scroll back to the kind of the very first picture, I think that what they're doing right here is, this is where the store will be, correct?
So the old Walmart.
And then they will use a portion of that as outdoor storage. They're requesting to be allowed basically twice the amount for 7,000, roughly 7,000 square feet.
So that's what, okay, so outdoor storage, what does that mean? Like, is it gonna be something
Could be
containing
portable
it?
building.
Like,
Yes, ma'am. Let me go back to the,
That's where the fence is required.
yeah,
And the trees.
we're recommending that the, the height of the fence that will contain that storage area is, such that no merchandise stacked behind it is visible from ground level view. That it's at least 6 feet in height. We will allow one opening not exceeding 10 feet in width, which can be open during business hours, but must be gated and capable of screening merchandise when closed.
If I may, could I speak?
yeah, he's gonna go out to the public soon. as
Yes,
we're done.
you will definitely have.
So you'll get.
Yes, you have a chance. We're gonna hear from the agent applicant, real quick and get questions, from the DAB members and then the public. If there are.
I'm President Kim.
Okay,
That's,
all right.
that's right.
I have one question. There have been, you know how there's wars and rumors of wars. They've talked about trying to widen Oliver right along in there. And if you come out to 16 feet instead of 35, that's gonna eat what can happen with putting another lane in there, for sure. So has that idea been addressed?
No, I haven't heard of anything. I've only been in the city for about 7 months. So
Oh,
so
okay.
I don't have the history of all that.
Yeah.
But
Let's go ahead and.
Can I, just because I just have a hard time visualizing, so they wanna come out 16 feet instead of the 35 feet setback, correct?
If it's okay, I might
Okay.
ask the agent to come up and actually explain it a little bit further. And I will say this also before he comes up. So this is a setback from the property line. So you do have the right of way, then you have the property line, and then you have the setback, right? And so if you did reduce that, you still have space in between the
Still have
property line, and it's not like it's right up against the right. So.
Well, right north of it, the church is sitting on the edge anyway.
My name is Chuck Robinson. I'm with Cobb Valley Engineering, and I am the agent for the applicant, which is 13th and Oliver Investment. So what they're wanting to do, the old Walmart, they're wanting to put in this, it's called a box supply store. There's already 2 or 3 of them are installed.
A what?
Box, LOCKE, box supply. It's a hardware type store.
Down
So they have, like I said, plumbing, electrical, HVAC. So the whole purpose of the outside is, maybe there's, rolls of electrical or 2-inch, 4-inch, 6-inch PVC pipe or metal pipe or conduit, that sort of stuff. That, have room to put that out there. So decluttering the inside is easier to access when you got 20 and 30 foot length joints of pipe. It's a whole lot easier to get them than dragging them through a sliding glass door and somebody like me breaking the door trying to get them out. So that's the purpose of it. To your question about the setback sort of thing. Can you go to page 9? There's a site plan, page 9. Okay, so on that site plan here. Here's the sidewalk here, the low line, okay, that's the property line. So the road right of way is 40 feet right now, half the road right of way, it's another 40 foot on this side. So there's already 80 foot of road right of way. Let's say they want to do more. Well, the building setback that we're requesting goes to 16 feet beyond that. So that would give you 56 feet. Now you can see this here, this is an existing island. So we thought in order to get more room, if we went to the standard 10%, then it would have been about, just past the dash line, which is the normal setback line. And then there'd just be wasted space there. So to us, it was just logical. Let's extend it to that curve, that island line. So then we get the additional space and it just goes, as let's face it, we have a fence here and then 8 or 10 feet, it's just gonna be an area the trash will go up against, et cetera. So this makes it a much nicer, cleaner break. Got outdoor storage, and then you've got the fence right here along this curve where this island is. And then per MAPC's recommendations, or conditions, we would go in addition to these 3 trees, they said, we want you to put in, conifers or evergreen trees every 30 feet. You know, so that it would help screen it in addition to the minimum 6 feet tall solid fence. So that's what we.
Thank you. So,
Any questions from that today?
so this, I at first thought it was a storage facility as well, but if it's a retail, then this is gonna provide jobs.
Yes.
Any other questions from that for the agent applicant before we turn to? the public
So,
comment?
so are we just approving for the storage space? Cause you can, it's already probably zoned for lot, that you can bring lot in anyway.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's zone
It's already
LD,
zoned.
it's all good. And so this whole reason for this is to increase the outdoor storage, the square footage of it, and to change that setback.
Just for my satisfaction, is this an additional facility for Locke? They're down at Pawnee and,
Yeah, this would be, so that, I think they have 2 stores in Wichita now, I'm not sure.
I don't know
I
about
know they have at least the 1, so yes, this would be.
an additional.
Retail, so like I said, there'd be other employment, it's an abandoned building now,
Right.
so
And-
that's a great.
Yeah, and. I'm ready.
We do know, we're.
Oh, yeah?
Public, you have from the public. Yeah, and you address the DAB, and if you have questions, include them for the agent applicant, because we'll have an opportunity for the agent applicant to come back and answer them.
Okay.
Yes. So feel free to speak. If you can speak from your chair, you can speak from wherever, whatever's comfortable for you.
Questions.
Yes.
Well, I think my voice is there. I'm a preacher. I'm president of Kenmore, and they did widen, Oliver, some years ago. And I think it was, they made the lanes a little bit wider, but it wasn't like the middle lane. It's not 5 lane. And I guess my question is, and even in looking at what you're proposing, what is the community impact? Because 13th and Oliver is an extremely busy and dangerous intersection. Are we talking about heavy trucks coming in and out of that area? And if so, you know, do you have a way to disperse them or route them so that they're not getting boggled up in all of that traffic that's there? Plus the fact that we have a lot of kids in that neighborhood. That heavy equipment, that's going to be a concern with a lot of my constituents about the safety of just being able to stay in the neighborhood. Now, one thing I would like to see, so we do welcome the occupation of that empty building, because that complete area is like a desert. We don't have any place to really eat anymore. Quick trips are gone. Any grocery stores that would serve that area are gone. So a vital business in there would be a benefit to the neighborhood.
But could we, that 14th Street,
Well,
could we say,
We're gonna keep in public comment, and then if we wanted, Dad will have a chance to discuss final discussion before and even public comment.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. And then we'll give you an opportunity to reply once public comment is done.
Sure.
So we can gather, you can answer at once. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Maxine Bostic. I live at 4601 Vesta Drive. And I too have been president down there and on the land board and blah, blah, blah. My question, safety, of course, is really important. Maintenance of streets is really important. What specifically else? I'm not familiar with a lock. What else is stored in there besides PC pipe and whatever? It's just plumbing stuff?
Right. Yeah.
And how many will be employed?
It's good. That's a good question.
I mean, you say you bring in employment, and you don't know how many?
It's a store of 35,000 square feet. It was an old Walmart. So
I'm very familiar with what it was,
Okay.
but the employees that are coming, how many?
I can't answer that.
That is important to me as a leader in the area.
I could make a guess, but it would just be a guess on my.
I'd like to know. Another thing is, cameras. We finally got the cleanup thing. They again have done this umpteen times. Thank you. But, we need security cameras right out there because people don't all like to pay for their their cleaning stuff. I mean, I paid for mine for all the years I've been there. But we need, are you gonna have some security cameras so people don't dump trash around there? So we have, and maintenance. I mean, having the trees, I love them. That's my son just got to plan to trim those in my yard. But maintenance of the grass and the trees. What kind of maintenance is planned for that? To make, that's for beautification.
Right,
The bank does a beautiful job.
yeah.
Walmart did good.
Okay,
Okay.
good. Well, I can tell you, for example, that, that island there, that, the conditions are for us to put in more trees. Okay, so,
But I don't hear any maintenance plans, long-term maintenance. No cameras, security cameras. I mean, you need that to secure your
right,
product.
so,
Do you guys hear me?
oh, actually, the guy speaking right there, and I was gonna say, that is the applicant. It's either Matthew Weiss or Kevin Moyo, so.
It's Matthew Weiss is here. How are you guys
Okay.
doing?
If it's possible, Matthew, I would like you to finish your comments and so that, and see if anyone else in the public has comments. And then we'll give a chance for Matthew and the agent to answer, and if we miss something, we will make sure to bring it back up. We wanna kind of.
Exactly what is being stored, I'm repeating. I'm a licensed clinical counselor, so I repeat. Electrical parts specifics. We need security cameras down there. We need to plan on widening Oliver. It is very narrow as it is. We need to know the number of employees and we need to know maintenance. And having been an educator, safety is really, really important with all those big trucks coming out there delivering.
Are there any other members of the public with comments or questions in person or online? And then I want to make sure when the agent applicant responds, they also respond to the initial comments and questions as well on, mainly on the traffic safety and traffic flow and the trucks, commercial truck that's coming through the area. So y'all can take it, take the time now to answer those concerns from the public.
Hi, thank you. Yep, Matthew Weiss is here. So I could, I don't know, I'll start with the traffic flow. It would be somewhat similar to what Walmart did. They would have deliveries that come, and they usually would come fairly early in the mornings and drop off their supplies. I don't know exactly the trucking route that they're gonna take, but you could see where the loading area is. They probably would do something very similar to what Walmart did as far as how they would unload their supplies. As far as I don't represent Lock Supply Company. I'm just the one who I own a handful of lock supplies, and they are a great company. They're a large company. They have over 200 locations across the Midwest and the East. They do a very good job of maintenance. They maintain their properties very well. They take pride in their maintenance. They also do have security cameras in all of their locations. So they will be maintaining and securing the property. Regarding the material that would be stored, Chuck pretty much said it. It would be like long PVC pipe that would be too hard to store inside of the building. And so they store that equipment outside. They have other locations, like Chuck said, in Wichita already. And they have the same kind of screening. They have wood fencing to block the supplies so they're not visible. They wouldn't be over the fence. They would make sure that they would be below the fence line. Sorry if there were any other questions I missed.
That answer.
He did answer one.
Okay, the children are bused from that area, so they will be out catching the bus early in the morning. Unfortunately, having had 5 myself, it's not fun for parents. So safety is a big concern of mine, not because of my children, but children are special.
Yep, I totally agree with you. They do their deliveries, I think, once or twice per week, so it's not like they'd be doing deliveries every day. I don't know exactly what day they do their deliveries, but you know, they're a family. The company is employee owned. They've been around since 1955. They're based in Oklahoma City. They're a very good company, and they really do take pride in their locations. And so I know that would be one of their concerns as well. They don't outsource their shipping. It's all internal. So, you know, I could definitely make it a point to talk to them about that and make sure that they're very aware of, you know, the children and the bus stops. And do you know where exactly that bus stop is?
They vary it somewhat. It depends. Our president, our current president used to be over all of the busing for the district. So Eric Williams shouldn't have any problem finding out at any time where those bus stops are, because he used to supervise 3 supervisors under him to do this. So he can find that out, but knowing the times of delivery, who holds the lease, how many years is the lease for, is important.
The lease that they would be signing would be a 15-year lease, I believe.
Who holds it?
Who holds the lease?
Yes.
Me and my partner would be the leaseholder. We would be owning the we would own the building, and we would lease it to Lock Supply.
So who is your company?
Sorry?
Your company is who?
Fourth Quarter Capital. We own commercial real estate properties across the country, but we own 4 different lock supplies currently.
I guess that is important, because we have had people who lease that area, and when we want the yard, the maintenance done, paper picked up, so it doesn't blow up our 2 blocks or 3 blocks to our yards and so forth. Then they say the person who owns the lease lives out of town and we can't contact him. We call them and they don't answer, so who's the local person for maintenance?
You could call, the Lock Supply maintains all of their properties, but if you did have any issues, you would call me directly. I'll give you guys my cell phone number, and you could call me and I'll make sure to take care
I'll
of it.
take it right now.
Yeah, it's 818
Okay.
621 1898.
And your name?
Matthew Weiss.
Got it.
You know, I'd also recommend, separate from the vote and everything, Matthew, is that since you've taken the time and you're making this investment and you're getting feedback from the public who lives in the area, is that you also, and Cameron can help with this going forward, is you get connected with stay in contact with the president of the neighborhood association, so they have not just your cell phone, but also your email, And so can send you updates if they see something, cause you know, they're your neighbors as well and they can help you out. And your property as well, both looking out for each other. And I think that would be great going forward, especially with y'all making this investment for such a long term. And in
Yeah.
addition,
And,
Yep.
and another great thing would be hire from the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Miss Bostic and Pastor Williams would be ideal to people to run that
We
through.
love to recruit.
Well, we would like for you to come to one of our meetings, you know, and I know cameras are gonna come up. Are you gonna have any security cameras around there? You're
Yeah.
probably on Worcester
Yeah.
side, if you don't.
Yeah, we definitely will have secure, like I said, they
Right.
Lock Supply, they're the ones who are gonna be maintaining it and being there full time, but they, on all of our other properties, we have security cameras. That's a very, important for them as well, because they don't want people, vandalizing or doing anything to their property, and they want, it's their image. And so they don't want to have a, poorly maintained property because it looks poorly on them. So they do a very good job of cleaning up their property and making sure it's secure.
Well, thank you is our image more than your image, so thank you for your time.
Yeah,
Okay?
of course. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. It was kind of a last minute family issue that I couldn't make it.
thank you for staying on online and making yourself available for future contact with the neighborhood association president and others. We're gonna go ahead and take it back to Dab for final questions, comments.
I just have the one question, is there some way if we could have a little assurance that the big trucks would not be on 14th Street, because that's the street that the church is there on the north and community is there, so they shouldn't need to ever be on 14th Street, but if we could just do something to assure that we don't get on 14th Street.
Well, I mean, we can't say, and even the owners, you hire a truck driver, if he takes the wrong turn, he could end up on 14th. But if they know their route, this is where the trucks coming out. This is a loading, they load through this area. This is the wide turn. This is all a cinder block wall. There's no access off of 14. You can't see, like you said, the church is up here. So there's this masonry wall here. So the truck driver did come down 14th. He'd go,
He's in big trouble.
This is stupid because I can't even get to my store.
He's in big trouble.
Actually, yes, he can, because there's a drive that goes straight through the middle.
Yeah,
That
that's
comes
correct.
out on 14.
That's true.
And there's other stores at Harry and Woodlawn.
And I will say that I don't know what size of trucks would be coming to this location, if they're 18-wheelers or if they're smaller trucks. But we can't prohibit things on public right of way unless there are ordinances for no semis or something like that already on a local street like that. So public right of way is just that.
I would say this is
There probably is an ordinance
There
right
may be,
there.
and there very well may be, so that would take care of it.
That's a good example too, though, that if the folks in the neighborhood see that that's happening, they have the direct contact. And I imagine will be very persistent.
They can speak
Yeah.
to the.
Because it doesn't make sense it makes sense to go south on Oliver. Or use Oliver. Other comments, questions?
We accept. Help me say it right. This is my first motion. I make a motion.
Recommend approval of staff recommendations to the amended CUP with the required conditions.
That's my motion.
Without any, is there any further discussion to that motion? Leaving none, all in favor of accepting staff recommendations, say aye or vote opposite. Any opposed? None opposed, 6-0 unanimous. Thank y'all. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Matthew, for your time as
Yeah,
well.
of course, you guys call me or email me if you have any questions. Thank you.
You.
Going to additional use 2024-00010.
All right, once again, Brad, I don't see you, planner, so MAPD.
Back.
All right,
Almost through that.
now we're discussing, case con 2024-00010. The applicant is requesting a conditional use to permit entertainment establishment, which will bring the existing establishment in conformance with the unified zoning code, and to permit an outdoor patio within 200 feet of the residentially zoned property on property zone LC limited commercial. A total of 6.6 acres located on the southwest corner of East 13th Street North and North Woodlawn Boulevard. The property in question is the Candle Club, which is listed as an entertainment establishment since 1960. It is now requesting to permit an outdoor patio for dining. With the request, the establishment is also seeking to come into conformance with the UZC. The UZC requires a conditional use for an entertainment establishment when it is 200 feet from a church or a place of worship, a public park, a public or parochial school, or residential zoning district. And this subject property butts TF3 two-family residential zone to the west. Any outdoor service of food or drink as an accessory part of this entertainment establishment shall also be considered a conditional use, shall be subject to the following, or to the requirements listed in the staff report. The subject site is within a commercial shopping center. Properties to the north across East 13th Street. I don't know if you can scroll up to the zoning map. Maybe? No, one more. Yeah, this one right here. So properties to the north across East 13th Street north are zoned SF5, single family residential, and are developed with single family dwellings. Properties to the south are zoned TF3 and are developed with single family dwellings. Properties to the east across North Woodlawn Boulevard are zoned LC and are developed with a bank, a vehicle repair center, and a retail location. Properties to the west are zoned TF3 and are developed with single family dwellings. Subject site was platted on May 21st, 1956 as part of the Human Fifth Edition. In July of 2017, the conditional use request was approved for the portion of the site addressed as 6147 East 13th Street North to allow a nightclub, which is directly to, you're looking at the strip mall. It is the next suite to the east of the Candle Club. Site has direct access to East 13th Street North, a paved 4-lane arterial with a sidewalk on the south side, and North Woodlawn Boulevard, a paved 4-lane arterial with sidewalks on both sides. Wichita Transit serves the subject properties at the southwest and northeast corners of East 13th Street North and North Woodlawn Boulevard. All municipal services are in place. The proposed application is in conformance with the 2035 future growth map, which you can scroll down right there. See that the map identifies the area as appropriate for commercial. The Wichita Places for People plan is also in conformance with that plan. The requested conditional uses in conformance with the nodal development pattern. Subject site is between two identified nodes and identifies the intersection of East 13th Street North and North Woodlawn Boulevard as a neighborhood hub. Neighborhood hub provides a range of goods and services that can satisfy the daily needs of the surrounding neighborhoods. The requested conditional uses in conformance with the area designation of the People for Places plan, as it is identified as an area of stability. Areas of stability are defined as those areas of the PCA, which is the establish central area that exhibits less stress or fewer economic activity and walkability issues. Speaking of activity, see, that's looking at the subject site looking south, and then you're looking north away from the subject site to more commercial properties, and then go down. It's looking east towards North Woodlawn, and then looking south.
Sorry,
But you're
when you
okay.
look now, these.
Now these down here, yeah. And then you're looking south, to the houses that belong to the south and then to the west. Single family going there as well. Based on the information provided, staff recommends approval of the conditional use subject to the conditions listed in the agenda report. And that basis is off of the golden rule. I'm able to stand for questions. And I know the applicant is here.
Did you get any petition?
I'm sorry?
Did you get any petition?
We did not receive any kind of public comment at all.
I didn't see a sign. You know, as a matter of fact, when I drove around to all of them, there was only one place that I saw a sign up for comment, but they've already built their patio.
Yes. So and the agent or the applicant can maybe speak to that a little bit more, but I believe that they've built it. Now they're getting the conditional use to actually use it. So maybe a little bit of a backwards thing, but yeah.
And then I saw that, there's not supposed to be any entertainment, I guess, you know, from a noise standpoint, but are big screen TVs considered entertainment? I would think they could be louder, they could encourage a lot of loud noise if you're watching an exciting game.
Sure. You know, the city does have a noise ordinance, so that is one thing that if the neighbors are experiencing loud noises, they can report that. We are requesting that any kind of amplified speakers of any kind of entertainment coming from those are not allowed. But I do believe that they would be allowed to have, music that's coming from the inside, be heard from the outside as well. So
It looked like there's TV already mounted or something that looks like it's gonna be like a TV already on one of the exterior wall.
yeah, I would
Give a
definitely.
chance to review that.
For the applicant, for that.
Is anyone staff specifically before you from the agent applicant? No, go ahead.
I just have a question about what side of the building is patio is on.
So it's on the north side of the building, looking north towards 13th Street.
Do you have a picture of it since it's already built?
Yeah, if you scroll back down, Patty. Let's scroll up, I'm sorry. It'll be right here. It's this little brick wall area.
Oh. That's on the, is that on the front side of it?
Yeah.
You probably even notice there's a patio, now that it's like built out.
Oh, I see.
See, it's like enclosed.
You don't know what is the noise ordinance specifically? It's just a certain time.
Yeah, no, I think that, I don't know if there's like a decibel level.
It's decibel.
Yeah, and then I would imagine a certain time that it's supposed to. But I don't have that.
I hear from agent applicant.
You want me to kind of address, I'm sorry, I'm Judah Craig, one of the owners of the Candle Club. I guess technically we're here on behalf of the shopping center ownership itself. But we run and operate both Candle Club and Lavella. So do you want me just to address the questions that were brought up or?
If you wanna head on address the noise and concern, and then if you wanna give context to what's going on, especially in that shopping center.
So we bought the Candle Club, it'll be 10 years ago this June. When we came in, there were several neighbors who had concerns with how previous ownership handled the noise because live music is a big part of our business, specifically at the Candle Club. We took measures that perhaps things as simple as they didn't fix the AC unit, so they propped open the door in order to have airflow, and then so all the music came out. So, I mean, it sounds pretty simple, but we kept the doors closed. So through that, we've developed, there's probably 10 houses that come up to us on the fence line. 6 or 8 of them are members of the Candle Club. So there's a good rapport there as far as When we have received a noise complaint, it was one scenario, and it was from our banquet hall. Same type of situation, the staff was cleaning, they left the door open. The neighbor in that situation reached out to me directly. We had a conversation, we resolved it. So we don't have any plans to do we're not going to do any live music outdoors. That's not something that we would find beneficial, A, and B, we know would bother some of our neighbors. So the outdoor music would not be an issue. The TV itself is more just for viewing. There's not any speakers going out there. It's not set up to do, it has a TV sound itself, but we're not gonna play it because any sound will be linked inside with the speakers that are there. So it's more of just while you're on the patio having conversation. I'm assuming at some point in time, somebody will be excited about a game and may yell, but I don't anticipate that being a consistent issue with our staff or with our neighbors. In regards to the patio being already built, we had a patio existing on that north side. We enclosed it as part of the expansion we have a cigar room back there. So we already had a patio, so this won't be a new development for the neighbors. Just the way it was laid out and incorporated to the business, it wasn't functional for us. So we enclosed that portion of it to build it out. The reason it's built already is because we submitted the paperwork in December, and we are considered grandfather non-conforming, which meant all of our licensing and zoning was fine 60 years ago. And so when we did this, the part that wasn't expected from us, and then the staff who originally gave us the process, because we wrote a check, filled out the paperwork, proceeded with it. We were under the impression it was just a simple paperwork deal. They came back and said, no, because you are grandfathered, not conforming, we do need you to either rezone for the shopping center or just your business specifically. We had a lull with the contractor who'd done all our remodel work. We're under the impression everything was going well, and we didn't want to wait another 5 months to get it done. Again, under the impression that things would proceed smoothly. So we did go ahead and do it. In hindsight, probably a little bit of a gamble, but I'm happy we did it because I think our neighbors and our members will be fine with it. But I think that addresses all the questions.
Any protests or any comments from other commercial businesses, entities in that?
No, I think in the Prairie Village Shopping Center, when it first started, I think there was a lot of relationships in there. The Candle Club actually sits on 4 property addresses now. Flower Shop and several other businesses kind of dissipated over the years. So I think we've absorbed a lot of that. We're responsible for 20,000 square feet total. We do all of our linen work through Elite Cleaners, which is right there. We have good reputation with both the vet and the Patch Dance Place. Quick Shop's there. We actually clean up the parking lots quite a bit because Quick Shop doesn't, so it blows our way and we take care of it. And as far as public comment, I know you guys didn't really receive any, but because of our relationship with the neighbors, they all came over to our business and talked to us about it. They were under the impression that we were building another patio on the back side, and that was their concern, and we're not. It was for the one on the front side. So 2 or 3 neighbors came by and they asked about the TV, actually specifically too, wanting to know if there'd be speakers outside. Once we told them no, that resolved a lot of their issues as well.
Questions for the agent applicant?
I just have a comment.
Sure.
Thank you for doing that. And I wish more people built those relationships with neighbors and residents. And I think you're a testament that it makes a difference, right?
Yeah.
They don't have to feel like they have to go through a formal process because they can go directly with you. And I think that speaks to the trust. So
Well,
thanks.
thank you. Yeah, we've been fortunate. We have good neighbors. So.
I can speak to that as well.
Okay.
I live right behind the Candle Club, and I could say out of any club in Wichita, I would live next to the Candle Club, the most respectful club. We never have noise issues. I think the only thing I hear is bottles being dumped in the dumpster the next morning, but like I said, it's
But
Anything else for the agent applicant before we turn it over to the public?
I just want to say, and it's more for the city, this is probably the second case we've heard where the applicant did the process before the paperwork. And so just for anybody out there that's watching, it's not a good thing. Let's just-
But in this
I mean-
case, this was to clarify, you already had that patio out there and you submitted before finishing and closing it, you didn't hear anything from staff. And y'all proceeded with finishing it off.
So when we did the expanded part, obviously that went through all the plans and review and everything. When we decided to do the external patio, the outdoor area, we submitted a plan for that. And what we gave the staff, they came back, and maybe you can use the terminology better. But we submitted the plan, they approved it, we wrote a check for that, and it was supposed to be a streamline. But because of our grandfather status, it became more complex.
So it's not like, right, you didn't hear anything, you had submitted, didn't hear anything from staff and then proceeded.
Because we put a sign out outside and everything too, so.
And I'll say there's two different departments here at play. There's the building and construction department, and then there's the planning department. So when he's getting his plans reviewed for construction, that's a completely different department. And so a lot of times, unfortunately, plans will be sent and reviewed and approved. And then retroactively, they'll be like, well, wait, hold on, we need to fix something real quick. We've got this issue. So I'm guessing that might have been what happened here. And then it is a little bit of a risk if he's gotten approved plans to go ahead and build. He may not get the conditional use, and now he's got a patio that's not gonna.
I could see the confusion though under the grandfather versus, I think that other example was someone who bought a house within like a year prior and then built it out versus someone this property's been that business for 60 years.
Yeah,
I think this is a little different.
But just in general, if we just expect people to follow policy and procedures, I know if Lonnie Barnes was on, he'd probably chew us out because he had an issue with his property that the developer, and now so I'm just saying, I've been to the Candlewood, it's a great business, great food, and I'm just saying it just in general, that's all.
And I agree, because of how old the building was, we've done a lot of things to it, and we've tried to stay pretty true to doing it, so you can call this a mistake, but I think overall we try to do things right.
And I have a picture from the, who's in the front,
The Rat Pack up there?
yes.
We got the Rat Pack up there.
I like your point, Lawanda, though, we've seen the pulling the fast one before.
Yeah.
Good morning. But I do understand there could be confusion if you are grandfathered in.
Right, so I get there, yes.
Anything else raised in applicant for Dab? We'll turn to the public for any questions or comments. Questions, comments from the public online. I hear none. Back to the Dab, final comment, question, or motion.
Like it says, the board's motion to approve subject to listed conditions of the staff report. Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, is there any additional discussion for this motion? Speak now. Hearing none, all in favor of approving staff recommendations, say aye, positive sign.
Aye.
Any opposed? Vote is 6-0. Thank you, and thank you, Judah, for sticking around.
Thank you guys, appreciate it. Learned a lot tonight.
You know,
Additional 2024-00014, correct?
Oh, we're not? No, we got 14.
All right, sorry, guys.
60.
We're ready, let's go.
Yep.
All right, let's go on here till midnight.
All right, once again, Brad Everly, Senior Planner, MAPD. Now we're discussing case con 2024-00014. And this applicant is requesting a conditional use permit in an entertainment establishment in the city on properties in the CBD, Central Business District. The property is located on the southwest corner of East Douglas Avenue and South St. Francis Avenue, 523 East Douglas Avenue. The property is developed with a mixed-use building known as the Eaton Hotel, which features commercial space on the first floor and apartments on the subsequent floors. Commercial space that the applicant will occupy is currently vacant. The lease area will be occupied by a retail store, but the owner of the store would like to have occasional events for which alcohol and entertainment may be provided. On January 2nd, 2024, the Wichita City Council approved changes to the UZC to define entertainment establishment in the city as a venue that allows alcohol and live entertainment with a maximum capacity of less than 300 persons. The UZC requires a conditional use for entertainment establishment in the city when the site is within 300 feet of a public park. The need for the conditional use at this location is due to the requested land use and the proximity of Natsker Park, which is located immediately east of the subject site. Well, if you can scroll up to the zoning map, one more right there, so you can see. The applicant proposes no structural changes to the existing building. The subject site is individually listed in the Wichita Register for Historic Places, Register of Historic Campus Places, and the National Register of Historic Places as the Eden Hotel. And it is a key contributing structure in the Douglas Avenue Historic District. Any modifications to the structure shall require review and approval by the Wichita Historic Preservation Board prior to the issuance of building permits. The site is zoned CBD, so this site will not be subject to any off-street parking requirements. The site has access to on-street parking as well as an attached garage to the south. The subject site is also exempt from the provisions of the Wichita Landscape Ordinance because it is in CBD zone. Character of the neighborhood is commercial and high-density residential. Properties to the north, south, east, and west are all zoned CBD. Property north of the subject site is developed with a child care agency. Property south of the subject site is developed with a parking garage attached to the subject site. Property east of the subject site is a public park, and property west of the site is a tobacco shop. On December 12th, 1871, the N.A. English's edition was created. There are no zoning cases associated with this property. It has access to East Douglas Avenue and South St. Francis Avenue. East Douglas Avenue is a 5-lane arterial street with sidewalks on each side. South St. Francis Avenue is a 2-way local street with sidewalks on each side. Municipal services serve the site. Wichita Transit stops on the southeast corner of South St. Francis Avenue. Across the street from the site. The proposed application is in conformance with the community investments plan. Future growth map, if you can scroll to that, Maddie, down one there. Identifies the area in which the site is located to be primarily appropriate for residential and employment needs. The applicant is requesting to utilize an existing indoor playroom and entertainment establishment in the city, which limits the impacts on surrounding properties in regards to noise and visual light. The building is located within Wichita's established central area where the development pattern aims to promote mixed use redevelopment of existing commercial centers along arterial streets. The proposed conditional use is also in conformance with the Wichita Places for People plan. The subject site is located within an area of stability, which the plan defines as locations within the ECA that exhibit less stress or fewer economic connectivity and accessibility issues in the areas of opportunity. The requested conditional use will support development momentum. And then finally, the proposed conditional use is also in conformance with the downtown master plan. The master plan identifies leveraging Wichita's historic buildings as development assets as a first priority initiative. The requested conditional use will utilize an unoccupied space and remain sympathetic to the building's historic fabric. We can go to the pictures, Maddie. So you can see looking south to the port of the site, I'm sure that we're all very familiar with this building, looking west toward the site, and then looking east away and looking north away. If you scroll down just a little bit, and then maybe to the next page. That's it.
That's it.
So based on the information available, and we have also not heard any public comment, staff recommends the conditional use be approved, subject to the conditions listed in the agenda report. And those are based off of the building rules. I can stand for any questions. The applicant is here.
Any questions for you as an applicant? All right. Yes. Wherever you feel comfortable.
Yeah.
Kim Edgington representing the applicant Janelle King, owner of the workroom. She has found a beautiful space to expand her business, also get a little bit closer to that downtown core and play off of some of that activity that's nearby. We've worked with the residents in the Eaton Place, a lot of apartments there. Already have some partnerships to do hosting and collabs with the neighbors, so a lot of excitement. You may have seen an article in the paper last week about Bubbles, a sparkling wine bar that is gonna be part of this whole project. And the entertainment establishment conditional use permit allows her to have, you know, just a little combo inside. It's not gonna be a dance party or anything, but just to play off of what she's already doing with the workroom. We've met with a lot of the other commercial businesses around there. There's just a lot of excitement about having somebody that's really got a proven track record in this spot. So I'm excited about it.
Yeah, I'd actually love, if you're not aware of who Janelle King is, I'll just quick context. She's moving from the Cleveland corner. That was at Second in Cleveland. That was that incubator, business incubator workspace. We did have a little bar in there that a small business can rotate out of. She tried to buy that building, but was not able to buy that building. So she had to make quick decisions and took advantage of making this move. And basically, if you've been to Cleveland Corner, she's looking at having that like a 2.0. And so you'll have the incubator aspect of it. And then also that ball, they have the bubbles, but then they have this ballroom space that they can use. And specifically, they're wanting to use it for ways to provide platforms for local artists who might not have their own stores and for those events. So that's what that is. Because I feel like if you know Cleveland Corner and you know what Janelle's done there, that's as the applicant, I think that says a lot to make that connection.
I'll add on to that. I really appreciate what Janelle has done and most importantly, creating space for minority entrepreneurs to be able to be in her facility. So a lot of folks remember Tasha, the previous CSR who owns the Black Print. Her business is in the workroom as well as several other minority entrepreneurs who may not be ready for necessarily having their own storefront, but have products and items that they want to sell. And I mean, I'm really excited about this. I travel a lot to other cities, and I think this is kind of like this experience is the make or break for a lot of young professionals deciding I'm going to stay in Wichita versus going to a Tulsa, Oklahoma, or somewhere else where you see things like this happening frequently. So I'm really excited about her proven track record, as Tech said, but also the opportunity that she's providing to minority entrepreneurs. I think that's critical.
Yeah, and she's been working with the Historic Preservation Department to ensure that everything that's done inside the building is in conformance, that nothing, there's not going to be any detrimental effects. I've gotten lucky enough to be in there a lot over the last couple months and seeing the transformation. It was just amazing. So, and we are in agreement with all of staff's comments. Most of us were already doing anyway.
I'm just curious, and you may have to teach me later. But that was a hotel, and then it was a restaurant with a full bar. Since I've lived in Wichita.
The upper level
So-
is now.
Yeah, but now, well, there was a restaurant in the bottom.
There was, but that's
15
not
years
considered
ago
an
or something.
entertainment establishment. That's a restaurant with at least 50% of the sales in food. So so this week, we kind of got into a little bit of woods here that Janelle has a lot of sales. But they're not food. And so that gets us into where
I
we.
just would have thought it coulda, woulda, shoulda been zoned already.
Well, and at one
Well,
time it was
Napster
a-
meant, I mean, the park wasn't always there. Yeah,
What it is.
and I wondered if that messed it up, but.
Well, it's always been a public park, and so that's what's triggered this requirement. So even though the
Thank you
public
so
park
much.
itself has the availability to hold functions and serve alcohol, so it's very in keeping with what's going on around.
So in a best case in 10 years, if things evolve some more and they want to put in food, it'll be a piece of cakewalk, a piece of cakewalk.
That would already be allowed.
Any other questions, comments for applicant, ex-applicant, going to public? Any members of public with comment or questions or clarification? Anyone online, comment, questions?
My only question is, when's it gonna be open?
Yeah.
I can answer that. We have a planning commission meeting next April, or next Thursday, week from Thursday. And then approximately 3 weeks after that, it will go to city council. Hopefully just be on the consent agenda. And as soon as the city council approves it, she should be ready to get started. So we're really hoping for mid-May is our target right now.
For your being
I miss the workroom not being
I know,
open.
me too.
Any final questions, comments, on the motion?
I'll make a motion to approve based on the conditions in that report.
Second, any additional comment? Hearing none, all in favor of accepting staff recommendations with conditions, say aye, positive sign.
Aye.
Any opposed? 6-0. To December 2024 00004.
All right. Y'all tired of me yet?
No.
I'm tired of myself. All right. Now, Brad Etherly, Senior Planner, MAPD. We are discussing case PUD 2024-00004. I think that's it. All right. In this instance, the applicant is requesting a zone change from PF3 to Family Residential District and MF18 Multifamily Residential District to PUD Planned Unit Development to create the Falcon Falls East Addition Planned Unit Development, which will be PUD number 122. Subject site is 57.9 acres in size and is generally located on the east side of North Hillside Avenue and within 1/2 mile south of East 53rd Street North. Subject site is currently undeveloped. The applicant is requesting the zone change to create a multifamily residential zoning district with non-standard side yard setbacks. A PUD allows a certain level of flexibility with site development regulations, which would otherwise not be permitted under the existing zoning. According to the PUD drawing submitted by the applicant, the site will consist of 2 parcels, parcel 1 and parcel 2, and 7 reserves A through G. Access to the site is from North Hillside Avenue with future connection points on the south and east sides of the property. Uses in parcel 1 will be limited to those permitted by right in the TF3 zoning district. Development standards for the TF3 district will be applied to parcel 1 with 3 exceptions. There will be no required side yard setback, with units either having a shared wall or maintaining a minimum interior separation between buildings of 5 feet. And that there be no minimum lot area or lot width, and that the future division of platted lots be permitted without the approval. Individual lot splits to divide dwelling units into separate ownerships. Uses in parcel 2 will be limited to those permitted by right in the MF18 zoning district. Parcel 2 will conform to the development standards for the MF18 zoning district. Parking within the PUD shall be provided in accordance with the UZC, unless otherwise specified in the parcel description. Signs in parcel 1 shall conform to the Wichita sign code for the TF3 zoning district, and signs in parcel 2 shall conform to the Wichita sign code for the MF18 zoning district. The character of the neighborhood is mostly residential. Properties to the north are located in unincorporated Sedgwick County, are zoned SF20 single family residential, SF5 and LC limited commercial, and are developed with single family dwellings. Property to the south are located in unincorporated Sedgwick County, are zoned SF11, and 1 lot is developed with a single family dwelling. Properties to the east are located in unincorporated Sedgwick County, are zoned SF20, and are developed with a single family dwelling and agricultural fields. Properties to the west, across North Hillside Avenue are zoned SF5, PUD number 82, and are developed single-family dwellings. PUD number 82 permits accessory apartments by right. On December 13th, 2023, the site was platted as part of the Falcon Falls East Second Edition. In 2010, the subject area was platted as Falcon Falls East Edition. In 2017, the southeast 24 lots of the addition were rezoned MF18. Also, in February 2017, the proposed parcel 2 was rezoned from SF5 to NR neighborhood retail. On July 11th, 2023, the Wichita City Council approved the zone change from SF5 to TF3 on a portion of the property. Subject site has access to North Hillside Avenue, a paved 2-lane arterial street without sidewalks. City sanitary, sewer, and stormwater are located in Reserve B. City water is located in the North Hillside Avenue right of way. Wichita Transit does not provide services. We can go to the future growth map, or maybe we can just, if you can scroll down, Ken, until we get to the maps, and I'll tell you when to stop. Right there. Well, that's the zoning map. One more map. One more down. Right there. Thank you. The map identifies the area to be appropriate for new residential and agricultural uses. The proposed PUD is utilizing existing infrastructure to continue residential on the site. If you can scroll down to the pictures. There. So very simple. You're looking east into the site, looking north, and then looking south, and then looking west. But what you can't see behind those trees are that there are dwellings behind those trees, so they're pretty well screened there. And staff has not received any public comment. Staff recommends approval of the application subject to the provision of the Falcon Falls East Addition Plan Unit Development as attached in the report, as well as the conditions listed in the report. With that, I can stand for any questions. And once again, that looks like the agent is here.
Questions for staff from that?
You said you didn't, what are these three like? Is it different?
Yeah, that's the next case. I think the next one.
Oh.
So I have a question. How often do you make the exception for maintaining a minimum interior separation between buildings of 5 feet, or that there's no required side yard setback? Is that something that's pretty common?
It happens occasionally. You might see where they share a shared wall, but they're on different lots.
Right.
Consider those townhomes.
Right.
Or you might see where one is on the property line and the next house is 5 feet off the property line. So they're not connected, but they're close by. I do know that there is another PUD a little bit further west that has the exact same specifications for their development.
Any other questions for staff? Questions for the agent? Any questions, input from the public? Seeing none, bring it back to Dab. There any, again, questions, comments, or a motion? Motion to approve. There has been a motion for approval and a second from Michaela. Abby with the motion. Second from Michaela. All in favor of said motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
We are now on zoning case 2024-00013. All right. Last one for the night.
Yes, that's what I'm here for. It's the only people that would stay as well.
All right, once again, Brad Heatherly, Senior Planner for MAPD. We are here to talk about zoning 2024 0013. We're all gonna be like Facebook friends after this. Y'all are all gonna look at my friend. The applicant here is requesting a zone change from TF3 two-family residential to B multifamily residential district to allow for multifamily development. The subject site is generally located on the east side of North Lorraine Avenue, within 550 feet north of East Second Street North, and is currently vacant. Historic aerial maps show that the site has been vacant since approximately 1983, where a single-family residence previously stood. The requested zone change would permit more uses on the site than its current zoning. Additionally, it would allow changes to the minimum lot area, minimum lot width, and setback requirements, as demonstrated in the table on the agenda report. The UZC requires compatibility standards for side and rear lot lines of property zoned MF18 district or less restrictive when they are within 500 feet of a property zone TF3 or more restrictive. The minimum building compatibility setback shall be 15 feet plus 1 foot for each 5 feet of lot width over 50 feet. The width of the subject site is 50 feet, so the side and rear setbacks shall be 15 feet. However, the compatibility setback standards shall not require more than a setback of 25. For compatibility height standards, no structure shall exceed 35 feet in height within 50 feet of the lot line. Since the subject site is 50 feet wide, the maximum height would be 35. Because the property abuts residential zoning on the east and west sides, it will need to provide screening and landscaping. Screening must be installed on the north and west sides of the property. The UZC requires screening fences or walls to be no less than 6 feet, no more than 8 feet in height. The landscape ordinance requires 1 shade tree or 2 ornamental trees for every 500 square feet of required landscape street yard. It also requires landscape buffer trees, which may be comprised of either 1 shade tree or 2 ornamental trees per 40 lineal feet. 1 shade tree or 2 ornamental trees are also required for every 20 parking spaces on site. Parking requirements are mandated by the UZC. The applicant shall provide 1.25 parking spaces per efficiency and 1 bedroom dwelling units and 1.75 spaces per 2 bedroom or larger. The character of the neighborhood is mostly residential. Properties to the north and west are zoned TF3 and are developed as single family houses. Property to the south is zoned B, multifamily, and is developed with an apartment complex, which is also owned by the applicant. Property to the east is zoned GO, General Office District, and is developed with a medical office. In 1973, the Board of Zoning Appeals granted a variance to the property to the east to reduce the rear setback from 15. Subject site was platted on July 9th, 1886, and platted as lot 40. The Maple Grove addition, there are no other zoning cases associated with these properties. Subject site has access to North Lorraine Avenue, which is a 2-way brick local street with sidewalk on each side. The site currently has access to sewer and water services, and Wichita Transit stops 2 blocks northeast of the subject site at the intersection of North Hillside Avenue and East 3rd Street. And if you can scroll down to the future road map. Right there, thank you. The requested zone change is in conformance with the investments plan. The future growth map recommends the subject site is appropriate for new residential uses. The requested zone change is also in conformance with the Wichita Places for People plan. The subject site is located within an area of opportunity. And the requested zone change is in conformance with the Central Northeast Area Plan. One of the priorities outlined in the plan aims to protect neighborhood fabric by ensuring that the rate of new home construction exceeds the housing demolition rate. The applicant is proposing to construct new dwelling units on a lot that has been vacant for over 40 years. If we can go to the site pictures. Looking east towards the site, looking west away from the site, looking south away from the site, and looking north. And that looks like that is all we have received. A few public comments. You can see those in the agenda report as well. based off of the information, planning staff recommends that the request be approved. And this is based off the golden rules. I can stand for any questions, and I believe the applicants are in.
Agent, any questions for agent applicant? Where's the applicant?
Where's the applicant?
Oh, is the applicant not here? I apologize. I thought maybe they were.
I think the applicant is Nathan Farha.
My bad.
Okay, I see the public comments now. I didn't see them.
There are more public comments than, I'm assuming you only got 3.
Yeah.
There are more.
So I've got a question, it's late, so maybe if I read it, I don't remember, but he's proposing how many units to go in there?
I don't
Is it 2 or
think
3?
that there, it has been, stated, but there is a, it would be 75.1 dwelling units per acre allowed, and it's only 0.19 acres, so it would be, pretty small multi-family development.
2 or 5 or 10, I mean, the one next to it is so dense, and that parking is so tight.
Sure, and they're allowed to go to the amount of density.
Oh, sure, yeah, no, I get that, but I'm just, I can relate to the comments people have, like if, people in the bigger building have visitors and so forth. They can get, and then to go down at the end and make a U-turn,
Yeah.
not easy. And yeah, I can see why people are concerned. But housing is so critical.
I guess my question if the agent applicant here was since they own both properties, they would just, there's that other side of that parking lot with the current multifamily that has no spots on it. I imagine that if they're allowed and they would be able to move that fence and then use that space for parking.
Because they're common ownership, they would be allowed to share that part.
But we don't know if that's their plan.
That's what.
I do know.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want me to tell
let-
you what I've learned from Nathan?
Yeah, let's go ahead. If the guys want to turn over to public comment. Okay, yes.
Okay, after the MAPC meeting last Thursday, we directed our questions to him. And he did say he wanted to take that fence down. And then he wanted to give the new, it can't be more than 4 units. I mean, it's a teeny tiny space. I can't even imagine how much he's gonna be able to put on that lot. He wants to take that fence down though, and then he didn't say, but that should open up a little more area for parking, I would think. He also wants to fence off what faces Lorraine and send them down to that big apartment building, which was built as a hotel for nurses in training. My mother stayed there when she was in nurses training then. She could walk to the hospital. It's right there. So that was a hotel, but it's been gone through several different hands, and now it's in a teeny tiny apartment. I mean, teeny tiny apartments that are $800 a piece if you're on the end. I know. Ugh. He wants to make these luxury apartments, is what it sounds like. So that's my concern, is the space, is how is he gonna put much of anything on there? But he is gonna take the fence down, so that will open that up a little bit, hopefully, for him to be able to do what he wants to do. We also spoke with him about that access, especially during construction, because this is barely. They're gonna have to dig, they're gonna have all this heavy equipment, brick street. And so we asked who was in the room, and I mean, people like Scott Wadle, who is the director of whether the planning or whatever he is, he was there and he conferred with legal and all that was at the table. And they said, no, you can use the alley to come in and out to do your construction. So that was a big relief. So he could do that. The concern's gonna be how many units did he put in there? He's got no plans.
So I just did the math real quick,
Yeah,
and unless my math is wrong, which is very possible, it does look like the density could be up to 15 units.
my goodness. Up? Are they gonna go, I mean,
Uh-huh.
there's no way, they'd have to be little.
That may not be what
Sorry.
he's, but that's the amount that he could go to. I don't know that that's his plan, but that's the density that would be allowed. And then, of course, you also have to take into consideration that it can't be higher than 35 feet, and of course, the setbacks also apply. So that's just, that they're kind of like looking at it, you know, without all those other components.
Yeah.
That would be the most.
Yeah, but so parking would take up part of that, so, and the setbacks are such that there's not much space there. I'm not sure what he's thinking, I don't know, I mean, it's zone TF3, which is two family, which we've got up, you know, two family apartments across. That house is yellow and red, is Mary's, she just bought it because she liked the vacant land. That is Pearl's, she is homebound, she doesn't come out, she couldn't come. But I hope that the Places for People plan will also make sure that it is complementary to the homes and not that awful apartment building. Because there's no style there, no nothing. It's just plain and not, yet. It's not nice. So Places for People, from what I understood, is supposed to make it complementary to the surrounding properties. If it's complementary to that big apartment building, that's not gonna be complementary to the rest of us.
But yeah, that's the tough, that's
Yeah.
the tough use, just speaking candidly here, that area is mixed use already. And it looks like, is that depth of that lot is the same depth, the lot
the
they own-
neighbors.
as the lot they own next door.
Yeah.
I could see the argument that is a very deep lot for even, like, you could do something more than two family there, potentially. But I would guess he's not here, but based on the width of that lot, he would likely just replicate splitting like that current apartment complex in half. Like, so you'd have basically just one side facing the other side. As I would guess he could do something like that, that would fit that number. I would think that's where how you would have to do it, because it would be probably built the same height as that one, right? I would just guess.
It'd be it couldn't be more than 2-story, right? It's
Right,
55.
that's what I'm thinking, it's just like, think about splitting, you see that apartment complex next door, just splitting it down half. It's probably gonna be like that.
Yeah, except that they also have the easement between Peach's house and that land, which is 15 feet. Right? Plus they've got the setback from the road, from the easement. And there is a setback from the alley too. I don't think they'd have to do anything with the setback on the fence line with the apartment building because they own that building, right? So they could build right up to it if they wanted to.
Those same setbacks apply, Brad, just like the current.
Yeah, they would still have to conform to those setbacks.
But that current building that they own have similar setbacks.
I'll be honest, I don't know. I haven't looked at that other building. You know, when we come to these DAB meetings, we're representing other planners' cases. And so we don't know it as well as their cases. This is another planner's case. So I apologize for not knowing that answer, but I will say that, you know, anyone who's going to develop, you know, they're gonna try to maximize their return on investment. So they may not be looking for 15, but if they get 6, that's gonna be more than 2. And so, you know, that's probably, again, I don't know what he's trying to do as far as density goes, but.
And can you remind us when those plans will be presented and approved?
The building plans, so he wouldn't probably submit, I mean, technically he can submit plans to the building and construction department while this is being processed, but he wouldn't be able to have it approved and start building until after that approval process. And again, we're talking about 2 different departments. I don't know if he's actually done that or not. But he does have that right to have it submitted so that they can review, and then once it gets approved, they can get their plans approved, and it can be a much more quicker process.
I have a question based on the public feedback on one of these letters. Are we, or justifications, would we, would staff allowed, this is probably a different department, to put any conditions on when construction can happen? Because this complaint is, yes, I get there's residential all around there. And the complaint revolved around construction happening overnight, including at midnight
That
of the
would not
original.
be happening. I don't think that it would be allowed.
Because this is what they're saying is when the current complex, the app agent owns, did a remodel. They did 2 weeks, day in, day out, and the main complaint was noise generated throughout the night and having full construction teams and machinery working.
Yeah, again, that would be down to the noise ordinance. If they're making that kind of racket in the middle of the night, they need to call the police right away.
Did I miss the parking?
I did mention it, I'll mention it again. So applicant shall provide 1.25 parking spaces per efficiency in one bedroom dwelling unit and 1.75 spaces per 2 bedroom or larger.
So did you say he could use the parking though from his existing
He could,
apartment?
because he owns the property, I don't know what direction, I guess that would be to the west maybe.
South. It's to the south of the empty lot.
Yeah.
And every space is filled
Yeah.
at night.
So that lowers the amount of actually building space then, right? He has to have
He has to
parking.
provide parking, he would,
Right.
yeah, that would have to be taken
Right,
out.
so all we're doing is if we approve the zone, but then when he comes with the plan, then that's another whole
He
approval
still has
process.
he still has to adhere to all the building codes regarding landscaping, parking, building height, setbacks, all of those things, and so.
Cause he hasn't asked for any waivers of any of those things. Okay, and so from the community standpoint, what I heard was that if he comes in from the back, from the alley, that would kind of make the neighbors feel better.
That, they would have direct access to Third Street onto Hillside, or they would have direct access onto Second Street just by going south, rather than dumping out more cars on our block. Because that Brick Street is already not in great shape. And the construction equipment was the biggest concern, but also my driveway is right across the street, directly across the street. And I've been almost hit twice, because you don't even know they're coming, and all of a sudden everybody speeds down these streets.
So did you say though in the meeting last week that they agreed to do that, to come in from the alleyway?
For construction.
For construction.
That's what Mr. Farha said, is that they were gonna do their construction from the alley. We found out from the people around the MAPC room that, yes, that was possible. It was legal to do that. So he said, yeah, of course we'll do that. So I like to think I can trust him because he seems like he should be trustworthy. He's even taken care of one of our concerns already, almost immediately. So,
And we can't put a condition on it.
Again, it's one of those things where it's a public right of way, they could technically use that street. We can't prohibit people from.
Yeah, can we just recommend it? We don't have to.
Certainly,
yeah,
make recommendation,
recommend it.
yeah.
Can I ask a question about parking real quick? I'm looking at the Google Maps and this is the apartment building and how the parking lot is.
Can you scroll to the
But
aerial?
you said the parking lot is gated off?
it is.
Is the parking lot used
Yeah.
by the people that live in the apartment?
Every spot is full.
And there's
When they all
24
get home.
units in that little building, 12 on
Wow.
each side.
And so then guests all have to park on the street, I assume.
So that's the problem, that we park on the street. I park on the street.
Right. I used to live on one of these dead end streets and I can attest to the congestion and the inability to turn around and get out of the street and just having random cars back in and out of your driveway all hours of the day and night. So, I mean, the traffic is definitely a concern for me. I hadn't realized until now that there's an alleyway that does go behind that, that accesses Third Street.
Yeah, and it's paved, it's nicely paved. And the businesses along Hillside often use that. And I use that when I leave if I need to go north.
Yeah, and the residents here would be able to use both this, the avenue and the alley. And like I said, of course, you know, when we're looking, I didn't even realize how big this was, but this is much larger. This is probably 3 times the size of this. And so I'm, you know, not only can he not go to 24 dwelling units per code, but he wouldn't even try it because of the smaller space. And so on this space, he's got to fit the building for however many dwelling units he wants, landscaping and home.
I guess my
And
concern
as long as he does that, he's fine.
would
with the
be,
code.
yeah, I mean, is that he could fit some way where you could do like, I don't know, 15 spaces in there, 15 units in there, and then you're stuck with it. I mean, when they don't submit any sort of plans and they don't show up to these meetings, you're essentially writing them a blank check if you approve it, of them being able to come in and do this thing and really destroy a neighborhood, an entire street. So, I mean, I'm not voting, but something like this, you know, I just don't feel like it fits the character of the neighborhood. So, you know, my vote would be no if I was voting tonight.
I'm also wondering with some of the comments from the neighbors about safety and public service vehicles going through, and it would be nice to know. I know we've had once, I think it was fire share on one of the streets that it's very hard to get through with the parking, and so I'm wondering, you know, if there would be similarities with this to think about and the density.
When fire comes down our block, they have to back out to get out. They cannot turn around.
If you have cars parked up and down the street, that's.
Yeah. There's only room for 3 cars across the street. If it was on either, on one on either side, 1 car can just squeeze through and that's all. Cause it's a narrow street, it's an old street.
And so this then goes to council.
It would go to the planning commission on, it did go to the planning commission on March 28th. I apologize, those meetings can last, you know, 3, which seems like a sprint at this point. But if we don't have any more cases, we'll even go back to our office. And so I did not stick around for what.
Did they add any, their recommendations, did they add anything?
Not that I know of.
It's just approved as is. But I do have Nathan Farhas' phone number. And I've been texting him. We had a big concern about the gates on the existing apartment buildings. They beep really loud. And they ring in my ears during the night when they're not even going off, because it's so ingrained into our heads. The next day, Nathan was able to turn those off. So he can be responsive.
I'm wondering with that information of him being responsive, if we have Dab again on the 6th and then this goes on the 7th, I don't know if that's time, but if there's opportunity to defer and say, hey, could we see plans first? Is that a possibility?
We can defer. I don't know exactly when this is scheduled to go to city council.
The council member just said on the 7th and we have Dab on the 6th.
We could also. Okay, we also strongly recommend that if Nathan.
is trying to figure out.
Oh, Nathan's trying to figure out how to call in.
Someone, he must be on the Facebook. Because
Nathan
someone
Farhas?
told me that he's on.
Oh, they see him on the Facebook?
He was.
No.
Is it live streaming on Facebook?
Yeah.
I think that's how.
Oh,
he's
yeah,
seeing it.
nobody's there now.
And
That's Zoom.
That's
not
Zoom.
Facebook.
That's why he can't come. So he's on
Oh,
Facebook right now.
so. he-
Does somebody wanna give me his email? I can email him to you.
Here, I'll go. I'll just see.
He'll jump on Zoom.
Just to answer.
Sorry,
about the fire
Yeah.
department as well, they'll be involved in the building permit process as well. So anything that the fire department has a problem with, they'll have to address that as well.
Okay.
And I think also, if you deny based on characteristic of the neighborhood, Farha would have an argument in response and appeal, or even Because there are cases sometimes that ultimately do lead to legal action where he might say because of the mixed use, he would likely argue saying that there's already mixed use in the area, so it is characteristic of the neighborhood. So that response is there, just to.
I do understand that, but at the same time, I mean, we can look at this general area and go, yeah, there's a Domino's and, you know, a taco shop and whatever else. But when we really look at what we're talking about a dead end street that most people that don't live on the street probably don't know there's any other access besides going up Second and down Lorraine. And my concern is going back to Katie's comment about writing a blank check is that, I mean, it's a squished in little part of the neighborhood with no way out. And it just, I don't know, it seems questionable to put an apartment building back in this corner. Another apartment.
I'm a little concerned that
I did
Katie
think,
wants to share the parking lot, but does the parking lot have in the apartment, does it have more spaces than are mandated for that number of residences?
So they will have to meet the parking standards. The reality is that they could share with the parking lot to the south because they own that property as well. But they would also have to show us that they can still meet those requirements. So it's not just like, we've got parking, you know, we've got 15 spaces, but they're all taken up. So but we've got the 15 spaces that can be used. They still have to meet those.
Show in some
Or they
way.
could request a production,
They
which
could request a variance.
happens a lot. 17th Street, all of those
They haven't so
apartments,
far.
yeah.
So I'm interested in a motion to defer, well, okay, there he is.
Yeah.
If he was not. Defer, well, okay, there he is.
Yeah.
If he was not.
Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. Sorry I wasn't able to make it tonight.
Thank you for getting on, Nathan.
Sorry about that. Sorry I wasn't able to make it tonight.
Thank you for getting on, Nathan.
Sorry about that. Sorry I wasn't able to make it tonight.
No.
Repeating? Sorry about that. Sorry.
Oh, hold on one second.
Sorry about that. Sorry.
Hold on one second.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah.
That is muted. Oh, is it on his end repeating?
Yeah, I think because he had his video on, and I think his connection, because his video went out right when he came on.
No, it's still streaming.
Alright,
Okay, can you hear us?
went out.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, can you hear us?
Yeah, sorry I wasn't able to be there tonight. I had some children responsibility tonight.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Sorry I wasn't able to be there tonight. I had some children responsibility tonight.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Nathan, you should get off of Facebook and stay on Zoom.
Yeah.
That's what it was, yeah.
There we go. It was because of that. Sorry about that.
All good.
But yeah, I just wasn't able to get there tonight. Just had some child responsibilities, but just wanted to answer any questions you guys might have on what our anticipated plans might be.
Were you able to hear, did you just get on, or were you able to hear some of those initial comments following up on the public feedback?
Yeah, I was
want-
on from the beginning.
Okay, so could you speak then to the concerns about the construction, overnight, parking, the size of the building? What, you know, what points?
Right. Yeah, so like we talked about at the MABCD meeting, we don't have a set plan yet. You know, it's probably gonna be somewhere in around the 8 unit range. We still gotta see what fits. We don't wanna make parking congested or create any circulation issues or anything like that. Cause that, just looking at it from a leasability standpoint, that's just gonna cut down on your audience there if they come in to look at a unit and the parking lot's packed. So yeah, we want to keep it in line with what the neighborhood needs to see. We talked about it the other night. We wanted to, maintain the fabric of the neighborhood. So yeah, I don't unfortunately have like a set plan yet. This was excess ground that we had, and so we just thought, it'd be best for the neighborhood and the project if we created something really nice there, created some more units for the neighborhood. We're seeing a lot of demand. I mean, the property to the south was a group home of some sort, and so we went through and renovated every unit, and those leased up fairly quickly. So we could see that there's quite a bit of more demand there. We're kind of already in the neighborhood. We do some other stuff in the neighborhood, so yeah, we're sensitive to all those concerns. But yeah, construction using the alley, that's not a problem. I mean, I think that would be an issue for us too, just looking at it straight from a business standpoint. I mean, it's already, we got some traffic on that street, and so for ease of flow, yeah, we'd want to use that alley as well. What were some of the other concerns that were brought up?
So yeah, construction during the night. The feedback from the public was that when the remodeling took place on the lot, on the building to the south, there was construction overnight with crews on site overnight. And they didn't want that to happen again.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't aware of that. I mean, there might be some people there until 7 at the latest, or that's the latest they're supposed to be there. So yeah, we'll definitely be more sensitive to that point. I was not aware that some people are staying that late.
The other thing, I guess, to clarify, was since that your property to the south was already a group home, you're not looking, especially thinking about the character of the neighborhood, to build something in that style. You're wanting, as you said, to build something different.
Yes, correct. That's just the exterior we had to work with. We couldn't really, we did some painting and we did some minor upgrades to the exterior, but that was kind of the cards that we were given with the construction type of that existing building. So yeah, but we're gonna do something completely different. What we've done in the past is, do more brick with, siding components as well. But yeah, I'm not exactly sure what we're gonna be using yet, but yeah, we want it to, be consistent with the rest of the neighborhood.
2-story or 1-story?
I don't know the answer to that yet. If we did 2-story, it'd probably have to be like an exterior breezeway. But I'm not quite sure what we're gonna be doing there.
So 8 units would require about 10 parking spaces, if there were one bedroom.
Right.
We can't see it. I mean, you can visualize those 10 parking spaces?
I don't know quite yet. This is very preliminary, but yeah, I mean, I think whatever we do, it's gonna have to coincide with the zoning regulations for parking and what we can fit with the landscape barriers and stuff like that. And again, we're not gonna want to have more units than parking spaces. Just it becomes a nightmare for everybody. So I don't foresee that happening.
To clarify that part on the parking, it's something that was brought up that you might have mentioned already to Metro. Would you be keeping that, would you be taking down that fence in between the two properties, and having that be a shared lot then on that?
Oh yeah, for sure. We probably use that same approach that's on the property to the south and remove that piece of fencing there and create more parking in the front of the building that we would build there. But yeah, that piece of fence would be coming down.
Do you know?
We would combine it with the current facility and completely gate the whole site in.
Do you anticipate when you would actually have plans?
It'd probably be probably 3 months from now or something like that, somewhere around there.
Questions for agent applicant? Do you have any questions from the audience?
Oh, no, we've kind of talked about some of this, and thank you so much for stopping the beeping. We are
Yeah,
all
no
very excited
problem, no
about that.
problem.
Oh, my God. And I appreciate having your phone number so that we can keep in communication. If you can get with us when you start figuring out what you want to do with that property, we would love to be involved.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, now that I have your contact information, we can even sit down and go over it, once we kind of have more of a firm plan in place.
Hopefully that will make it more consolidated with what we see in the houses nearby. So you
Right.
can kind of follow that lead
Right.
to do the building. It's not gonna satisfy everybody, but there is such a need for housing now, and this lot has been vacant. So I do understand the need to build on it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, and it's
we
gotta,
have
it
a
has
lot
to
of
work for
concern about-
everybody. I mean, we plan to be there for a long time, and I mean, I'm born and raised in Wichita, so I don't want to do anything that's gonna upset anybody, you know. I mean, there's gonna be things that we have to do to make it work, but hopefully we can just all discuss it and make sure everybody's on the same page and we're not doing anything that's gonna concern anyone.
I think it definitely shows good faith that you're here at 10:50 to share this and that you've exchanged contact information with your neighbor and already have taken a step to alleviate some of that beeping. 'Cause So
Yeah.
I really do appreciate that. And I think that even you saying, once you get the plans, you'll get the neighborhood together and share those and talk that out, I think alleviates some of the concerns that can be worked through even as neighbors should. So that makes me feel a lot more comfortable with moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good question. Did you say the height can be 35 feet or 55 feet?
35.
In multifamily residential, this says 55 feet, going, the TF3 is 35.
So if you'll look, couple of paragraphs down, actually just right underneath that table, the last sentence. We have compatibility height setbacks and height standards for when they're located next to single family or two family zoning districts. And so because of that, the maximum height would be 35 feet.
How tall is a typical house?
Probably about 25 or
I'd say between 20 and 30.
So you're not looking at a two-story then, it would have
I
to be
would
a
say
single
I
story.
would say you could probably get 2 stories at 35 feet.
yeah, because the typical floor is no more than 10 feet. I wouldn't think.
I think one of the concerns that I have is that we're hearing that there were more letters from the community and that didn't make it in, and this has been a problem in the past before. I know I've personally submitted information to be read by DAB, and that was not distributed to DAB on a zoning case, so.
So if I may, I think that maybe these are the letters that we received, but you said there are more comments. And my guess is those were at the MAPC. Were there people that came out to speak
Well,
against?
yeah,
That's the difference.
No,
No,
I mean,
no.
I've actually sent a letter before.
No, I'm
Yeah.
not talking about this specific.
Well, right, I know, but that, I think
Well,
that's what she's saying as well.
Right, Keith, who is 2 doors south, sent an email.
Okay.
Because that was what Christina had suggested was the easiest
Yes,
way to
yes.
do it. Mine was also an email, Roy
And
Lawrence.
they're not included. in
They're
this.
not included. Gary Hastings certainly sent a letter, because he doesn't do email. Mary Trippy also did one.
Well, this is also what I'll say. So just to kind of clarify that situation. So when I come and do another planner's, case, I just take the agenda report that's located, that is, used for the MAPC. And what will happen sometimes is that people will submit, comment, and we don't include it in the report because it's so close to the commission. And so, we do put those in front of the commissioners, and I didn't notice that there were other, public comment that were included. So that's on me, to not include those with this packet, and I apologize, but that's probably what happened is that she received those too close to the planning commission to include it here, and I just grabbed something to learn.
Going to that concern though, they're making it then right now constructive for the moment. Or based on your knowledge of those additional comments, were there additional points there or were more just in solidarity with the current concerns that we see in these three letters?
It was mostly traffic and construction and pretty much what we've talked about tonight. We all agreed. I mean, these are people that live all up and down the block and people that weren't even within the 200 feet or whatever it is.
Because that's what I would want the data to be privy of, if you had said, right, that there was a difference, or additional concerns, that the data just understands the picture of those comments. Because it seems like there has been some progress even with the discussion now. I wouldn't want to miss out on feedback.
Did you all have feedback?
Pardon me?
Did you have some feedback on this?
No, we're just glad you were able to listen.
Of course, thank you. Any other questions for the agent applicant before we take it to Dab for final comments?
And Nathan, just so we're clear, sorry, I hear I want to make sure I don't speak for you, but I hear a commitment from you to continue to work with the residents to continue to establish that relationship of essentially being a good neighbor.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, yeah, I'm from that area. I grew up on South Volusia, just south of Douglas, and yeah, I want to create friends, not enemies. I want to be here for a long time.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And then last question I have for you, what's the price point of the apartments that you're thinking of?
The ones that we have there currently have been right around $595 a unit for a 1-bedroom unit, which I would consider affordable for the area compared to other fully renovated or new construction. This one's gonna have to be a little bit higher, just being new construction. I would have to just get construction costs and go through the process kind of before I know what that's gonna look like officially, but.
Yeah, well, thanks for prioritizing affordable housing. It's really important right now, so thanks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anything else? Thank you, Nathan. Feel free to listen on. We're just gonna finish up with comments and take a moment. Thank you for
Okay.
being.
Thanks for everyone's time.
Further discussion or motion?
I'll just go ahead and say, I know we've said it before, but housing, and it's so critical. You know, I went to a, whatever it was, and we're like 50,000 units short. So we're gonna have to be creative, and I think we're gonna have to be flexible. So some of the stuff that doesn't necessarily feel good, I think we're gonna have to do, because, because this isn't good for the community if there's not places for people to live.
Our concern is it's an historic neighborhood. So we'd like to keep with that. You know, and Nathan seems to be really understanding about that this fire. I hope. We'll see. Okay.
Right.
I'm not even making a motion now. You can't make a motion.
Yeah.
I
Your options?
make a motion to approve the staff report, and I don't think there were any conditions.
Zone change cases don't have conditions.
And with the recommendation to continue the building on the relationship with the neighbors.
Motion. A second discussion on this motion before the vote.
I'm just gonna say, it sounds like a great project. But I still hear some concerns, because we don't have the plans. We don't really know how many units are gonna be built. We don't really know those things. There are still variables. And from what we're envisioning, it may not fit with the character of the neighborhood. So I'm gonna stick with that as the character of the neighborhood, and I'm gonna vote no.
I'm just really concerned about the population factor. So I'm gonna have to vote.
Yeah.
We're having discussion right now.
Yes.
I would also say if we're thinking about the places with people plan and the character of the neighborhood, and also I know we've had contentions with some of the developers not, hearing the voices of the neighbors. But we also want to, for our developers that are trying to streamline affordable housing or options, we want to be able to be supportive of that at the same time. We are here for the voice of the neighborhood as well. But like you're saying, housing is a dire need right now, so. If he mentioned 3 months, otherwise, Nathan, my initial thought was to defer this till our May meeting and to see if you could provide us with plans first. But it doesn't sound like May 6th that you would have anything. Is that a correct statement?
City council, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be hard to get something turned around that quick. I mean, to be honest, we didn't necessarily have intentions of starting this right away, but we just wanted to go, we had the land, so we wanted to go through the zoning process to prepare for, I guess, the near future. So, just about coming up with the funding and that sort of thing. But if it was absolutely necessary, I could see what I could do.
All right, so something, I'm gonna make an inquiry here, because I don't know how with the 6 that can vote, I don't know how this vote could go, but with 6, it could potentially be a tie. What would happen in that circumstance?
So if it's a tie, I think that you would have the chance to take another vote to see if there was any change. And if not, then it would just end up being a tie.
Okay.
And at that point, it would have to be a non-consent item on the city council agenda.
What I would do then, if the staff feels comfortable doing this, is because there is also the option that you could defer and take the vote when we have a fully voting body. That would still be an even number. There is that option. The other thing, if y'all are fine doing it, out of respect to the other members, is that aren't voting, if they are wanting to just say what their vote would been if they would have had their vote, if that may influence your decision with your peers, since their voice wouldn't be counted in that vote for this one. If y'all are fine with that, if they are fine with that too, I don't want to impose it on them, but I feel, yeah, since this is a unique situation tonight.
Could we take the first vote and see what the heck?
Sure. Yeah, we can. We totally can. I just wanted to like context. I don't want anyone to feel. All right.
Just another point of discussion before we vote, because I'm looking at the future growth map, and I mean, the site really is like dead in the middle of what we would like to see as new residential. But it's such a squished part of the neighborhood, and I mean, there has been a lot of feedback from the residents that directly live close to this. A lot of it has been negative. But then again, there has been responsiveness, and it does sound, at least from Lori's point of view, that this isn't a bygone horrible thing. There is room for it to be a good thing. I'm just very conflicted.
Those comments are very, like, you being here and seeing that discussion is very important. I do think, I leaned over to Joseph when we looked to solve where this is, that area of town. I'm very excited over the next 10 to 20 years. I think that area of town is gonna just get nicer and nicer, and College Hills development and growth is going, like, that area is just gonna get nicer, especially with the Douglas plans down the road as well. So yeah.
I love how we just all, I feel like, have acknowledged that there's competing values here, and I don't think that there, as one, thank you, and two, I think you hear we value the voices of folks who come in their competing values with affordable housing and seeing the bigger picture as well. So I just want to acknowledge that. I don't envy not having a vote tonight.
See, you don't have to. All right, without further discussion, we'll go ahead and take the vote. I will do a roll call vote on this one, with the 6. That's okay.
Do what?
Roll call vote.
Roll call?
Yep. Let's start with the 1.
No.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, we're tied, we can take a revote, as Brad said, if any of the DAB members who are not voting tonight would like to share how they would vote, we'll make a case, if that might influence, on the revote.
Before that takes place, is there opportunity for those that vote no, would a friendly amendment, what would you be comfortable with?
I
Plan,
mean, because the space is so limited.
you just wanna see it. Yeah. Mary Beth, the plan?
The same thing, really, the traffic through, I mean, traffic is a big deal.
Really, that's it for me as well, is like the through traffic and like the intended plan. It's kind of where I'm stuck.
That was also our concern, because we had no idea what he was gonna do there. None at all, because there aren't any plans. So I'm a little bit relieved, because Nathan has said that he would talk with us about it. So that helps me. But still, the density is gonna be difficult. Just because there's already a huge, dense, great big apartment building there now.
And I appreciate that he did show up eventually, right? To kind of give some comment, but I don't know that it actually gave much more clarity to the situation, because there is no plan. And I think that when you are working within our neighborhoods, specifically those that are very historic and very established, you have to have even though there is a need for housing, because you're working into something that is so established, especially for those property owners that are really your primary stakeholders, right? That you really owe it to them to come with a clear plan when you're asking to do something like this. And then additionally, that lot is zoned where it could be a duplex. I think it would be a beautiful space for a duplex. And that is a great way to get affordable housing. I know the folks at planning will even work with people to make those plans affordable. So again, not voting tonight, but my feedback.
Does seem like a very little deep lot for a duplex. That's the only thing.
Be a great lot for a duplex, better than some of the ones we've seen that are, yeah.
Space, yes.
Yeah, I guess, sorry, just speaking for myself, the reason why we didn't.
Is that okay?
Sorry about that.
To that point. Yeah, I was just, we're right now, like, it's not, I just wanna make sure that Dab's okay, but we'll take it back to Nathan for that. All right, cool. Yep.
Sorry about that.
You're good.
Yeah, I mean, as far as doing a duplex versus a multi-unit property, just with our whole master plan for that, I mean, just having a duplex there and then a whole fenced in gated community, it just doesn't make a lot of sense for us to do that and maximize the site without causing issues. Because issues for the neighborhood's gonna be issues for us too with leasability of the property. So again, we don't want to do anything where it's just gonna be congested. We're not gonna have enough parking. We're gonna cause issues with the neighbors, and then our tenants are gonna be unhappy too. So, I mean, it all kind of goes hand in hand in my eye.
Sure, I would say yes, though.
Yes, I say
You
yes.
already said yes.
I did.
No.
Did you, Joseph?
Oh, I didn't say it.
He said he's
I
happy
said
he's
yes.
not voting. He said he's happy he's not voting.
You don't say.
Clarification, Nathan, yes, there's 4 of us that haven't been reappointed yet, so that's why we are a part of the discussion, but not voting.
Oh,
That's why we
okay.
have that
I was
mixed up.
wondering that.
I could always defer it.
Yeah, you could defer it, to full voting.
I don't hear anyone, I hear people saying no because there's not a plan.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't hear anyone saying that they don't want.
Affordable housing or.
But I guess a part of it is that if Nathan had got on here and said he was going to build like that group home 2.0, I could see how, even though you can make an argument, well, that's already there and we're keeping character, that would bother me.
Well, they could anyway. It's not enough. Not
Like, in the same style, you could do it in the same style. The fact that it's not, now that he has the option to build something from scratch versus going into what was already built there many years ago in that style.
And this is just my thing. We've been here before and we've approved things before without seeing plans, and then we come back like, oh. So that's just my thing. I just think for due diligence, I can't vote on something that I can't feel comfortable that we're sticking with the character and we're sticking with what the community wants.
And I completely understand that from the past votes. I think this one seems a little different
It
than
seems
those
a little
because of
different.
this.
And I want to be careful too when we
It does.
when we say that. I think there are two things can be true at once. I think we can take community's consideration in mind and have to think about the common good. 50,000 housing shortage is a big deal. And there are folks who don't have access to affordable housing. And it doesn't take away from the concerns at the same time. So again, I think if the medium or the happy medium for me would be to defer until there is a plan, but considering that this goes on the 7th, I don't know if that's going to even be possible. So,
But my concern goes a little further than what you said. My concern is about sheer logistics of movement of people within the parameters that are physically concrete.
But then your issue is
It-
then
it-
that lot's always going, I do think it's hard for me to imagine a developer not wanting to put 6, 7, or 8 units on that lot. I do get excited at the idea that someone in one of those $500 units would be able to hopefully eventually see a convenient move.
But we
into
heard it
a
was
nice-
an $800 unit. Is it
800
800
for a
or is it
quarter?
600?
$595.
Our current building is 595.
And he said it'd be slightly higher.
It was a little bit more
That's
than
affordable.
that,
He did say that it would go
Yeah, it
slightly.
would make
up.
sense if it
Yeah,
higher.
But now you've got either 8 or 16 cars added to the traffic. And they're already saying they don't have room to park on the street in front of our own house.
But
Yeah,
seeing that that group home right now has only parking on the front of each side, and they have a very high number of units comparable to what's going in, what would go in next door. If anything, joining to that lot and expanding parking, I could only see the benefit in maybe even taking some of the street parking off. You would have again a few more spots off based on you're only doing 8 units, because they are running, I was trying to look on Google Maps, a decent number of
They said
lots.
it-
How many spots do you have in front of that About how many parking spots you have in front of that group home on each side?
14.
I could find out, but it's probably somewhere around 26, 27, but that's kind of an educated guess.
So if, with the motion on the floor that, we have tied now.
Well, that motion's right. I already voted, so there would be we could do a re-motion.
It's a tie. So would it take a 2/3 majority of the city council to vote either way? If it goes to them as a tie?
Because unless it gets protested between now and, so that's the only way it goes to a supermajority. But it would be on the non-consent, agenda. So what we're dealing with here is that either it's a consent item or they hear it.
So with a tie, they would hear it.
Yes, that's my understanding.
We hear about it, I forget too, so probably can't speak then if it counts.
There's 28 spots. Sorry to interrupt. There's 28 spots on the current property.
So our
Can
option,
public not speak at the council meeting on this, if it's,
So zoning case.
We already did.
oh, they can't?
So yeah, going back, you can either.
stay as
re-vote.
is, so then it is a discussion, or we do a defer and see if potentially there's something on May sixth, which.
We have three options. You have
Yeah,
one,
right.
just keep the tie. Two, someone makes a motion, tries to revote if you want to. And then three, you could, if we make a motion and they vote to defer, that would void the tie.
Right.
And then we
Would
may
it-
not even see
Have to be
anything,
approved.
and then it wouldn't be pulled for council to have discussion either.
Right, we would just recommend, right?
Sorry, I didn't catch what she said.
What'd you say, Ken?
What would a deferral
If we do another motion and defer it and it comes to the sixth, then other council could potentially weigh in on it. However, it goes just the next day to council and they agree on the consent. So they wouldn't pull.
Yeah, and likely if you defer it, if they're going, it's very similar to the CUP case with the kennel. Yeah. I just wanna make sure everybody, if you defer it and the city council meets like the next day or very soon after, it'd be very similar to the CUP case with the kennel that we had tonight, where they're meeting tomorrow morning, I feel bad for him, to decide this, the next day, and so it'll have to be a verbal, indication of what y'all did from my planning director. And so again, it will have to be non-consent if you defer. And that's if it's approved to be deferred. Y'all could end up with a tie to defer and we're still back in the same spot.
But I think that verbal communication could still provide greater clarity than a tie vote.
Nathan, if we were to defer, could you bring us anything back? Cause it would still be a day before it goes to the council.
Yeah, I can do my best to try to get something put together. Reach out to an architect of some sort.
Well, that was my original, I shared that that's originally what I wanted to do. However, with having a conversation with him and seeing the relationship, I felt more comfortable into allowing processes to do what they do, so.
That's fine, straight no.
Yeah.
Listen.
So, yeah. Is
I mean, if he said he could give us something.
potentially.
He said potentially, he didn't say he would.
And it's probably not gonna be what it may not be what he ultimately submits in a few months. But especially if it's something that.
For the non-voting members, would you prefer to defer, or would you prefer us to have this tie go forward and it be on non-consent?
Unless there's a chance that there could be a clear decision or something, if one of the six is thinking of changing.
So it's going to be on non-consent
Either way,
unless
yeah.
it is approved tonight, no matter what.
I would say go forward with the tie
So they can be
and
debated.
let council duke it out.
You think council's gonna take a good look at it compared to?
So part of the debate too, Nathan, is if we defer, we
Every
have
council member
additional
gets a
4
packet,
votes.
and every council member has their prerogative on reading their packet and doing their due diligence.
I think it says a lot that there's a split vote here.
Yeah.
That's in the message too.
It does.
We're welcome to keep it like that and join the meeting, or if any of y'all feel like you may change your vote, you could re-motion it.
Abby, how you feeling?
Taking a vote. let's just keep it at
I think, I just want to be clear, if someone wants to, like, is thinking of changing their vote to give that.
Because Robert rules has said you have to make a motion to undo the motion, then make another motion, right?
No, this motion basically was a tie, so there's a new motion. Anybody can make the new motion that this morning.
Otherwise, it's a standing motion to adjourn, but.
Would y'all like to just do a quick revote just for transparency?
I would love.
Okay.
Make a motion that we adjourn tonight's meeting.
And so that's right, no deferral. Okay, all right, cool.
Good job.
Thank you,
District
Nathan.
Advisor.
So we'll go to non-consent agenda, tie here.
Okay. Thanks again. Sorry I wasn't able to be there in person. Appreciate it.